Hey, how you doing? This is SEIJIHITO here to bring you another live stream. So, as the live stream states, white men needed protection or needs protection when dating black women. This is a conversation I ran across about a week or so ago, and for me, it didn't make any type of sense. It made zero type of sense at all. But I'm going to allow the Caucasian male directly on the screen to explain why it is that quote unquote he needs protection when dating a black woman, right?
If you're a white man dating black women in this country right now, your life is in danger. The reason why no one is ever
Hey,
talking
Pink.
about this is one, because it's the least common dating dynamic and racially, and two, because the only people who feel like they have the platform to talk about it are black women. But I believe I have a platform to talk about anything I want, so I will.
What's up, Bushido? Going pretty
If
good.
you're like me and you date black women, you need to have a firearm on you at all times. You need to have a concealed carry with you at all times. The reason I say this is because when I bring a black woman with me in public, I can't tell you how many times I've been threatened. I've had black men attempt to intimidate me, attempt to stare me down, and act completely inappropriate and violent towards me just because I have a black woman with me. When you think about like interracial racism, you think about white men who criticize white women for dating black men, which is just as stupid and ridiculous. But this is a whole other level because it's blatant, it's in public, and there's no shame because no one, the collective conscience isn't of this like country is not aware of it. So that's why I'm talking about it. And I feel like if you haven't heard this and you're like me and you're a white man who's dating a black woman, you need to get on this immediately and get yourself protected.
So again, we heard what he had to say. I'm a little bit confused. For a long time now, right? For me at least, I've seen black women and white guys together out in public, and never at a point in time have I ever witnessed somebody quote unquote becoming aggressive and violent, or a group of black guys 30 deep trying to sit up there and jump the white boy because he's with a black woman. I've never seen this. Even if it dealt with school, never seen this. So I'm a little bit confused on what he's talking about. Like where are y'all located? Like what engagements, what people are y'all specifically around? Are you talking about like you're around like some of the most ignorant people? Like, 'cause that's what it sounds like. It sounds like they out there, like he's up there in the hood somewhere, and he's just like with the most ignorant of the ignorant, right? That to me, that's what it sounds like. And then you're talking about you need to arm yourself. Really? You really think? See, this is like I said before, and this is a divestor's wet dream, realistically. Because when I sit up there and tell y'all the amount of comments of the swirling divestors that were in the comment section talking about, oh yeah, yeah, this I got a story, and magically everybody got a story. I'm like, really? Really? I put it to you like this, right? I know of somebody who is in my family and they are in a interracial relationship. And they moved directly to the suburbs. And I kid you not, the main people that provoked and antagonized them had nothing to do with black people. It was white people. It was white Americans. So again, I'm a little bit confused on this whole conversation. And again, this is a Caucasian male who is trying to make it a thing where it's like, oh yeah, these black guys, they're all just inherently violent, and they're just jealous and envious of me being somebody different, and able to date their women, and they're just jealous and envious that they can't have what it is that I have, and nobody cares. I can sit up there and promise you on an everyday basis, nobody cares. But again, this is why I set up there and told folks before that if a lot of these folks are really about the relationship that they're in and they actually care for the other person, then they would just love each other in peace and technically in silence. They wouldn't have to go out on social media and make it some type of big deal. Because again, it's not a big deal. It's like, woohoo, you guys are interracial, white male, black woman dating. Okay. Y'all were doing this during slavery. So it's like, what's the big deal? What's the big fuss? Like I said, there's not you're not going to sit up there and show me a plethora of stories where black men are just out there attacking interracial couples. You're not going to show me that. But we do have this in reverse. And like I said, shout out to this black man here who's going to give a rebuttal.
And dating black women in this country right now, your life is in danger. The reason why no one is ever talking about this,
because it's not real, not to the extent you're making it out to be. My favorite thing to do in these types of situations is search. And in my search, aside from the anecdotals in your comments, I can't find anything to the extent of James Harris Jackson traveling by bus from Baltimore to New York City to kill as many black men with white women as he could. Travis Ricci trying to kill a black man for being in an interracial couple. He failed to kill a black man, but the black man's white girlfriend. An interracial hate crime in Georgia where a black man was sitting behind a truck that took 34 years to get a conviction. And these things happened in 1984, 2009, 2019. Those are all references without even mentioning the historical context prior to the 2000s, prior to the 80s, prior to the Civil Rights Bill. The truth of the matter is, if you and your girlfriend are in danger specifically because of your relationship, specifically because the nature of you being in an interracial relationship, that danger is more likely to come from a white man than a black man. But if this country is reverting to the 60s and prior the way it feels like it is, from what I could find through my search, usually they only the black men dating the white women. If you're a white man dating a black woman, they'll spare your life and just burn your house down.
Yep, exactly what he said. That's normally what happens historically, right? If you're a white dude that goes out there and you're with the black woman 1960s, 50s, 40s, they may beat you up a little bit. They're going to give you a stern talking to, and they're going to give you like some threats and maybe burn down your house. But realistically, they're going to leave you alone. They're not going to do anything to you, right? Because at the end of the day, you're a white man. It's like, you did this. You're not supposed to do it, but all right, whatever. But if you're a black dude, if you're a black man, and you decide that you want to step out there and you want to date a white woman, even proceed to talk to a white woman, that's it for you. It's game over. Even if it comes to the point, and again, I've read these stories before and on live streams, even if it comes to the point of them deciding to fabricate stories, it's over for you. That's exactly what it is. So again, for this guy, let me go back to the very first dude here. For this guy to sit up there and tell this bold faced lie and make it seem like he's under fire, like he has to what's the White House, what's the name that they normally do, that he got to go DEFCON orange. I got to really protect myself because the blacks are coming after me. The blacks, they're mad because I'm dating black women. It's the blacks. To sit up there and get online and to say this looks utterly ridiculous. And like I said before, to have divestors, black women, to have swirlers, black women, to be in the comment section all over the place agreeing with this type of nonsense and to okay this type of rhetoric. And again, I can't be too surprised because these are the same types of women who will date somebody like him, and they will be on all of these forums all online talking about black women for race play, black women for BWC, black women for being a C dumpster, um, black women looking for white daddy, black women looking for race and age play, slavery play, and all this. Like I said, I can't be too shocked. I can't be too surprised. But like I said before, this is the type of stuff that is very harmful. And this is why I put up the other videos that I did before where it dealt with the fact that it's straight black men in the United States who are under attack from a variety of sources. And it's like no matter what you sit up there and do, somebody always has something to say negative about straight black men. You could just be out here minding your business, and then automatically, oop, somebody got a story. Somebody has a theory. Somebody's writing a thesis. Somebody has, an imaginary friend that told them the story that 20 other imaginary friends been carrying directly through, and they pass the story down orally to the consciousness of said person. Like, it's ridiculous, dog. It's 1,000% ridiculous. I've never seen such foolishness like this, and it's just gonna get worse because, like I said, you got shows out here like what's the name of that show, Love Island, where they're really trying to push the whole thing of interracial dating as if it's normal, and it's not. Like I said, though, the white dudes that's on there that are with the black women 9 times out of 10, they're with them in order to survive a little bit longer on the show. That's all it is. And like with one of the black women stated, she was like, I guess in order, if she was saying that in order for her to be on the show, in order for her to win, she would basically just have to pair up with the white dude, and she's pretty much solidified a win or at least a top spot. She's correct. And then not only that, you're going to get so much celebrity directly from that. What was the whole thing that they had up there? Nicolandria, whatever the girl's name is, and I think that girl is not even Black American at all. I think she's like African or whatnot or whatever. Right now, she's supposed to be doing some type of like live stream from like Nigeria or something like that. So, like I said before, it's crazy how when people talk about black love, it gets no type of fanfare, right? It gets no love out there. People aren't trying to really push that and whatnot or whatever. But when you have a dude like this getting online talking about how he dates black women, notice how he says he dates black women. He didn't say that he's engaged or married to black women. He didn't say that. Nor did he sit up there and say that he made the lives of the black women that he was with better, right? Like I said, and when he say women, he's meaning plural, which means that he is just going like DJ Pope. He's just trucking directly through black woman after black woman after black woman after black woman. But that's fine and dandy. If he's with a multitude of black women and dates them, and he's not really serious, he's just there to have fun or whatnot or whatever, they're a-okay with it. If you're a black dude and you basically doing the same thing, or even if you're trying to formulate a relationship, you're still doing something wrong. Like I said, it's crazy. One side gets all the grace in the world, which is undeserving, undeserving, and then the whole other side gets crucified for at least trying. It's wild work out here. It's 1,000% wild work. What's the dude? Not Steve. Was it Steven Spielberg? No, not Steven Spielberg. What is it? George Lucas. George Lucas got a whole black woman, and people in the black community love George Lucas on both sides. Both black men and black women love George Lucas. Don't have no problem with him. I've never heard or seen of an instance of George Lucas or his wife getting online talking about like, yeah, we got, all of these stories from like, the 70s and 80s and the 90s on how, black men, anytime we were around, they was always trying to jump us and they was always trying to fight us and break us apart and this, that, and the third, because, that's how black men are. Never heard it. Never heard it. What is it? Dirk Nowitzki or whatever. He got a whole black wife. I've never seen NBA dudes. I've never seen black dudes who watch the NBA sitting up there trying to break up that couple. Trying to sit up there and find them in the streets to sit up there and fight Dirk over that random black. I've never seen it. I've never seen Dirk get online, and that's a millionaire. I've never seen him sit up there and say like, "Yeah, man, I'm under threat every single time when I'm around the blacks in the NBA. They trying to, fight me on the court and elbow me and shy time me, just because I got this beautiful black woman on my shoulder." Huh? What? And like I said, there's plenty other white dudes out here that are with black women, and I've never heard them say any of this nonsense that this dude is getting online saying. Like I said, I'm going to sit up there and say it again. Take a standard issue white boy like this, throw him directly into any black hood, he automatically got black women, bar none. Like I said, fight me if you want to. It ain't even up for debate because it's facts. You don't have to pretty much be anything in order to get the attention. If you're a black dude, standard issue, just working and what, that's not enough. You got to sit up there and do more. You got to, 6 figures. You got to be in the upper echelon. You got to have like a yacht. You got to have like mini condominiums. You got to be sitting up there building like a school on the moon for like kids that don't even exist on this planet, that's from another galaxy through another universe. Like you got to be doing the most astronomical type of stuff in order to really get some type of just like basic attention. This dude pulls up with a random car, random clothes, just looking as a standard issue normal white boy, swooning. People falling directly on the floor. You would have thought Michael Jackson just like woke up from the dead and he, pulled back to, when he was doing bad and beat it. How women were sitting up there passing out and they had EMSs and whatnot, emergency vehicles, just like waiting outside of the concert. Like, yo, it's crazy out here. It is 1000% crazy, man. 1000% crazy. Like I said, I kid you not. I kid you not. Like, yo, that is crazy. I've never seen. Yeah. You said Paul Wall and John B. Yeah, and like I said, and I think I found out like Paul Wall like had a black girl like way back when. I ain't care. I'm like, oh, okay, all right. So he's dating a black woman. Paul Wall, I'm the people's champ. It's like, all right. So I'm like, I'm not sure what that's supposed to sit up there and do. It's like I don't care. I'm there because the dude is a rapper. Like that was it. Like the lines that he had and all this other type of stuff. But like I said, the moment in time that guys like this pull up and they sit up and say they're interested in black women, they get all the attention in the world. If you're a black dude sitting up there saying like, I love black women. Black women are, the greatest and this, that, and the third. If you pull up as a black dude and you start speaking like Umar Johnson, just giving all love and appreciation, even though they're not looking for it, you're getting crucified. You are getting crucified. There's been too many videos out here where folks are like, stop sitting up there telling me good morning. Stop saying hi to me. Stop telling me to smile. Stop trying to ask for my number. Conversation. Matter of fact, hold on. I got you. Hold on. Where is that video at? Where is that video? Because I got a video that actually, oddly enough, I do have a video that matches up directly with this, and that video was full of foolishness within itself. Okay, yeah. Wait, do I got it up here? Let me just make sure. Yeah. Let me just go to this real quick.
Dirty niggas like thick girls. At least that's what this lady said.
The thicker you are, the bummier the niggas come. I swear to God, I'm a real BBW. I got big titties. I got a big ass. I'm very shapy. Okay. Bum ass niggas love approaching me in the street. They think they got a chance with me. Mind you, I don't date bum ass niggas. I date corporate men. I date Caucasian men. I date Italian Jewish men.
So you heard that, right? So notice how she was talking about black men. All black men out there that are quote unquote in the hood, they're all the same. They're all like begging and trying to run her down for a number, right? So she's getting attention. Hold on, let me pull this back real quick. Let me kill two birds with one stone, right? So this is a darker complected black woman, right? Right? She looks cute. Nothing wrong, right? Natural hair, everything, right? She's complaining that black men are giving her attention. Black men in her area, as a darker complected black woman, she's complaining that black men are giving her attention or too much attention. And even if they had the money, she still doesn't want the attention. What did she say? She likes Italian men, Jewish men, white men. And she listed that any of the black men that have ever tried to talk to her automatically broke. Can't afford her. This is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking. This is why I don't sit up there and subscribe to the whole thing where you have darker complected black women sit up there and say that they're not loved. They're not ever deemed attractive. Nobody ever wants to talk to them or try to date them or take them out. It's all lies. It's all lies. Because you're able to listen to this one right here who clearly has social media, and she's openly telling everybody that black men in the community are really knocking on her door, trying to get her attention, trying to get her number and everything of the sort. And she was like, nah, y'all broke. Y'all this, y'all that. I don't like that. I'm not into that. I'm into Jewish, Italian, white. Wow. But then I promise you, if black men in her community were never giving her attention, she would dog them out still. And then she would still, as she's doing now, hype up all the other men that are not a part of her community. Wow. It's great. That's cool. You like interracial dating. You like Everybody else that, as long as they're not black, you're completely fine and dandy with. That's cool. Like I said, date who you want to sit up there and date. But to get online and in order to make your point and to solidify your point, you want to down talk about the men of your community who are not down talking you. They're actually appreciating you. They're trying to talk to you. They're more than likely complimenting you. You said that you are a full figured woman, and those black men are still coming directly after you. So you didn't need to lose weight. You didn't have to go under the knife. You didn't need to do none of that in order to obtain the attention from the black men that are around you. Like I said, this is why I view a lot of these conversations that I see black women having online, and they want to sit up there and demonize black men and say that black men are not attracted to. This is why I don't believe it. This is why I don't believe it. This 100% is the reason why I don't sit up there and believe it. Like I said, it's ridiculous. But let's keep going.
Italian Jewish men.
There it is. That's that self-hate. That's that anti-blackness. Notice the reverence she spoke with when she said, I date white men. I date Italian men. I date Jewish men in comparison to the bum-ass hood niggas that try to talk to her.
But when I go outside and I go run errands, bum ass hood niggas be like, yo, can I talk to my damn you think? It's like, you would think that the niggas with money would be approaching me in the streets more often because they got money to feed a plus size girl like me. If you don't have no money, why are you talking to curvy women? Why?
So I'm a little bit confused. If the dudes are trying to talk to you, they're trying to get to know you. How do you automatically say that they're broke if you didn't give them the time of day? How do you automatically make the assumption that these dudes just don't have no money? How do you not know that those dudes aren't working like 2 or 3 jobs? How do you know that those dudes aren't, some type of like owners of like a business, an entrepreneur, dropship? Like they could be doing a variety of things. But because you got the automatic thought process that they're broke because you want a reason in order to justify, hey, this is the reason why I sit up there and date men of other races. This is why you don't know. This is why you're just going directly off of theories because she didn't solidify her point. She didn't showcase no proof that all of these dudes are broke. And again, like I said, let me make this very clear. The only demographic that has to deal with this type of nonsense is black men in the United States. I've been hearing for over 20 plus years that black men are broke. You could work 2 or 3 jobs. You're still broke. You still can't afford to be with a woman. And I'm like, what are we doing? Like, how do we get here? I done heard too many times where you got women out here talking about that they would never date a black man who was working at the same job as them because they were making the same money. Huh? I thought that was a good thing. But I guess the guy has to be making like 1,000 times what you're making in order for him to be, suitable for whatever. And I'm like, so the guy you're basically calling the dude broke and say he can't afford you because you're a plus size woman and that you like to eat, and that the only ones that can afford you are the Jewish men, the Italian guys, the white corporate guys. And I want to know, she dated all of those groupings of men, and she's not married or engaged. She didn't speak on none of that. So she's just hopping from man to man to man that's willing to feed her. Okay. All right.
Don't talk to sticks. It's really offensive that these bum ass niggas think they could talk to us. And that's why when girls tell me they want to get their body done, I already know they about to date the broke niggas because broke niggas love a curvy girl.
And this ain't got nothing to do with preference. She can love white men. That's her prerogative. I'm so in support of people liking whoever they want to like, right? But it's
Wait, I'm confused. So, Nene D1 1971, you said black men call their women bees and everything else under the sun. Who wants that? Disrespectful as a. So I'm a little bit confused. Where in the conversation were we talking about that at all? Let me know. Let me know because it seems like you're talking about from personal experience. Because the craziest part is even when it deals with the woman in the video that let me pull this back real quick, right? For the Nene person, right? Even when we're talking about the darker complected black woman that is here, and again, like I said before, it's nothing wrong with her, right? She didn't say that the black men in the black community were disrespectful to her. She didn't say that those black men called her directly out of her name or objectified her. They were just trying to get to know her, hollering at her, whatnot, or whatever. And she automatically gets online and demonize them and call them broke and say that they can't afford her. You said I'm making a fact. How do you make a fact? Like I know how to make a burger, right? I know how to make dinner. I know how to make a sandwich. How do you make a fact? I'm a little bit confused. Usually with facts, you would have numbers, you would have stats, you would have proof. So the proof that I'm talking about, again, going back to your comment, she didn't state that the black men were calling her out of her name. I don't know how many times I have to sit up there and repeat this because you're trying to substantiate a point by generalizing black men by way of some other type of points that have nothing to do with this conversation. If this black woman here basically stated that the black men around her in her neighborhood were calling her out of her name, you would have a point. That's not what she stated. She said that the black men in her community, again, this is a darker complected, right? This is a woman with weight, right? And normally in these conversations, black women are like, oh, black men don't like us when we have weight. They want us to look like white girls, to be thin, to get our bodies done and all this other type of stuff. Obviously, that doesn't have anything to do with her. She's darker complected. Black women online say all day long, like, oh, black men never like black women like us. They never like the darker complected. They never like us like this and that and all this other type of stuff. They always want the light or anything close to white, or they always want to date somebody. Obviously, that's not what's happening to her. She got online specifically stating that the black men in her community are hounding her down, and it's very annoying because she is not interested in them because she automatically deems them to be broke. And that the ones who got money, Jewish, corporate white, and Italian, are the ones of her preference because they can afford her. That's crazy. That's diabolical. What are you talking about? You talking about I'm speaking in general. I know you speaking in general. You speaking real stupid. That's what you're doing. You speaking 1,000% stupid. You born in 1971? You should know better. You should 1,000% know better. Like, this is what we be talking about time and time again. And then you want to pull up, you was like, I don't care what black men think, never dated one. So why are you here? And for the mods, I don't want you to ban her. Just leave her. Just leave her right here. Don't even sit up there and ban her. Do not sit up there and ban her. Just leave her right there, because this further proves the point of what I be sitting up here saying, where you got these type of divestors, you got all of these folks who say that they hate my content, they don't like the channel, they don't like black men, but they show up here. How does that work? How do y'all find? There's tons of white men all over the planet. How do you find yourself directly on a channel where a black man is speaking? Like, that don't make no. You don't like black men at all. Why even have the conversation here? Why even speak? Why even let me know that you even exist? Like I said, even in the same world, we would not even be walking down the same street. Like I'm a little bit confused on how that even happens. Like, that's a little bit weird. And then you wanted to let me know that you don't care what black men think, but yet you're here. Like, what are we talking about? It's cool. You're a divester. You're a swirler. You like men of other races that are not black men. Cool, for whatever reason. Why you gotta let me know that? Why do you think that I care? We would never, even if we were walking down the same street, we would never find each other interesting. We would never even sit up there and make eye contact. So I'm a little bit confused on how we even got to this point where we're talking about this black woman here, but you want to generalize black men in general. But it's crazy that you want to generalize when you say that you don't even date black men, which more than likely means that you don't even really have interactions with black men. So how can you even generalize unless you're just going off of whatever other black women are sitting up there saying that are amongst your small circle of divestors and swirlers, which again is very ignorant. So it's like it's highly confusing. You said you can't tell me ish. I used to own the #1 limousine. Why does this sound so familiar? I swear I didn't heard this comment before. I kid you not. This is ringing a bell. I swear to goodness, it sounds like something I've heard from how many live streams ago was that? Lord, that might have been like 4 to 5 years ago. I swear you got to be the same person I've seen before, because this is not the first time that I didn't set up there and seen this exact same copy and paste of like, oh yeah, I had limousine. So why are you here? Why are you back here again? That's the confuse. How are you back here again? Out of all of these years, shouldn't you be like retired like Coca Cabana? Shouldn't you be out there in Fiji and all this other type of stuff? Like that's crazy to me. So you was like, I used to own the number one limousine company, and you used to. So why are you still talking about it? That's like all the brothers that's on the street being winos about like, yo, young blood, I used to be the coldest out here in the street. Yo, young blood, I used to get dimes back in the day. Keyword used to. You don't know more. You're living in a bygone era. You said 1971. You're living in a bygone era. People used to walk around with Coke spoons around their neck. People don't do that no more. You know, people used to have goldfish in their platforms. Ain't nobody doing that no more, right? So it's like I'm a little bit confused. I'm a little bit confused on how we got here. I'm a little bit confused. That's some wild work. You know, that is some diabolical work. Dog, this is the thing. I don't care to live. See, the thing is, the madness about it is that you think that I would care to live in the area that you live. I don't care. I don't care if you're in like the Hamptons. I don't care if you're in like Rodeo Drive. I don't care where you are. I don't care where you live. I don't care how much money you have. Like, that's the thing. If you were comfortable where it is that you are, you wouldn't have to sit up there and spout this. You're giving me information I didn't even ask for. So that lets me know that you're not even comfortable with the lifestyle that you currently have. You got to boast and let people know where it is that you are. See, that's what rich kids do in order to sit up there and show off to other rich kids to let them know how important they are. It's like, oh, you went to the Swiss Alps like me and my family. We took a vacation, to Hawaii, and we brought some land. I don't care. Why do I care about that? You had a limousine company that celebs used to sit up there and use. Okay. And you got streamers that are doing more than you're doing right now at the age of 16. What are we talking about? You got like I Show Speed sitting up there like running around the world, and he's not even your age. What are we talking about? And probably met more celebrities than you've ever met. And probably more than likely has more money. Like, what are we talking about? See how I can just like list stuff for no reason that has nothing to do with the conversation? That's crazy. Like, what are we doing? Like, how do we get here? Like, that is diabolical. That is 100% diabolical. Like, what? We got Brandon V World up here. Yo, what is up, brother? Said, Nini, who cares how much you make? Sweetheart. Shout out for the $2 dono. You said we spoke 5 months ago. No. It's no. I remember this comment from longer than that. I've seen this. I've seen the exact same comment before. Like I said before, I might not be able to 100% give that live stream, but I know when I've seen people repeat stuff in order to gain some type of notice, as if I'm supposed to sit up there and care. Like that's just the craziest thing to me. Like that's wild to me. Okay, that's cool. A lot of people can sit up there and rent a boat and stuff like that. I mean, I guess it would be more of something if you were talking about you were like Jeff Bezos, but you're not. So why do I care? Like I said, you got streamers who either got the same money or more money than you at a younger age being teenagers. So I'm like, I'm trying to figure out why should I care what it is that you're doing. Like I said, shouldn't you be having like rich people conversations with rich people? it's, you must not have no friends. Like that's what I sit up there and gather. Because it's crazy how a lot of people sit up there and talk about that they're doing this, that, and the third. But I'm like, so why would you be down here with commoners? Explain that. Why would you be down here with commoners if you're doing all this, that, and the third, and you don't live this luxurious life? That doesn't make any type of sense. Like what? like I said, you acting like Robin Leach is about to sit up there and be directly on you talking about lifestyles of the rich and famous. That era is bygone. Don't nobody care. This is clearly why you're directly in this comment section trying to tell us what it is that you're doing, because don't nobody care. This ain't MTV Cribs. This ain't like the 2000s. Exhibit is not about to pull up. MTV Cribs is not about to sit up there. Don't nobody care. I need you to need you to understand that, because that's crazy. That's a that's 100% crazy. Who cares that you're married? Who specifically asked if you're no? I don't now. Maybe I could be incorrect, right? Maybe I could be incorrect. Maybe somebody might have requested that information in the comment section, but I, as the person that's talking directly to you, I could care less if you're married or not. What bearing does that have on the conversation? It doesn't. Does that give any more validity or truth to the generalization that you made of black men? No, it doesn't. Again, you're giving information that's not important. You're giving more information than what is required, which again is further proving the fact that you're not fully happy with the life that you say that you have. Because if you were, you would just stay quiet and you would be directly in the background. But I guess people don't know what quiet directly is. That's wild. That's diabolical. You said you're in New Jersey. New Jersey is gutter trash. I don't know what you're like. You know what? I'm gonna leave New Jersey alone. You know what? I'm just going. I'll leave New Jersey alone. My bad. Shout out to all my New Jersey people. So I'm a brokey, I guess. Okay. So now what else you got? So I have standard issue money, like the greater majority of every other American. So now that we established that I have, close to the same amount of money as every other American, what else do you got? Anything else? What else? I'm waiting for something substantial. I'm waiting for you to, really bring something up. So you said you was never on live until January of 2026. Those are your words, right? Now again, you said that you were, quote unquote, in a live stream 5 months ago, but then somebody else in the comment section did the math and your numbers aren't adding up. So I'm a little bit confused. I'm I'm a little bit confused on specifically, what it is that you're saying. Let me hold on. Let me. So just like I pretty much figured, your account is dated. You joined YouTube October 16th of 2010. So when I sat up there and stated that I've seen your comment before a long time ago, right? Not even anything dealing with this year, because dealing with this year, the greater majority of the videos I was talking about what like Africans and stuff like that, those who are really, talking that the Trump administration and everything of the sort, right? I was really talking about stuff dealing with that, right? So I'm a little bit confused, right? Maybe my I had some coffee mixed in some espresso, so maybe my memory might be a little bit shot right now because it's going hyperspeed. But I can at least say that your comment rings a bell, and it's not this year. And your profile is dated again, as YouTube is showing me, October 16th of 2010. So yeah, and then I'm also looking directly at your page, and yeah, I'm sitting up here looking. Um, As what you got your name as up here as Denise Smith, and it's like yeah, I'm seeing two videos up here, and that's the voice of a guy, and it's the same video basically posted twice. So I'm just a little bit confused. I'm a little bit confused. We got Brandon v World, right? That said, I doubt we even talking to a black woman. We over here talking to some dude named Ulysses or something. Yo, this man crazy. Shut up and find out. No, this man right here say Ulysses. That is wild. That is wild. You said you can't compete when you can't compare. Compare to what? Who am I trying to compare to? Myself? I'm competing and comparing with myself. Like, what are you talking about? Like that's yo, when people sit up there and start trying to make some like imaginary rules to like substantiate a point, again, everything that this person is saying is so off track from the video that it doesn't even make sense. They can't even make sense with the stuff that they were already talking about. And they couldn't even make sense originally with the video that was even showcased. And like I said before, the craziest part is pulled directly up when we're talking about divestors. When we're talking about spoilers. This is the time that you pulled up. Didn't pull up when a white boy was sitting up here speaking though. Yo, that's crazy. Yo, that's crazy. That's wild work. That's crazy. What is it? Preston, man. I don't even know what that means. He said, let's go live. Go live for what? Go live for what? So you can sit up there and start talking foolishness? Again? It's enough you already sitting up there saying it and writing it in the comment section. If you were like one of the normal ones that pull up in my comment section, like writing nonsense, like I do have somebody that I would love to actually go live with so I can hear what it is that they have to sit up there and say about me because they, say certain things that, I hate black women and all this stuff. That person, I'm like, you know what? I want to sit up there and go live with that person. I want to sit up there and hear, what they have to say specifically about me since they know so much. You, on the other hand, no. Like I said, I looked at the content on your page. I'm not impressed. I'm not impressed. And and the craziest part is for somebody to quote unquote be so rich, I expected your page to be way more. I expected you to be, showing off this and that and trips, celebrities, the stuff that you normally see rich people sitting up there doing, right? On social media to let the haves and the have nots. That's not what was there. That's wild. That's diabolical. But yeah, like I said, crazy work. Crazy work. You said your account is private. Um, champ, how how is the account private when I can sit up there and look directly at the home, the shorts, and the playlist? I'm confused. Like, do people not know what private is? Like, that's not how that works. I wouldn't be able to see zero on your page. Like, I think you might be a little bit confused. Yo, that's crazy. Was your brand new world? Shout out for the $10. No, you said you said you dumb individual has a red cent to her name. Just because your husband is rich don't make you rich. This means you can swallow better. You can you can put out. Don't worry, said she outspoken. Oh yeah. Oh man, that is diabolical. That is diabolical. That's diabolical. I could have sworn wasn't. Wasn't my mic working this whole time? I could swear my mic was working this whole time. Uh, Wait, how do you eat broke black guys when you're not interested in broke black guys? Like I'm a little bit confused. Why I'm that you were contradicting yourself. First of all, from the very beginning, we shouldn't even be having this conversation, right? You're rich, I'm not. Have and have not, right? We shouldn't even be in the same conversation right now, right? You should be in a sense of conversation with a group of people talking money, right? That's how I normally imagine rich people, right? They're in conversations with amongst other people talking money, investments, buying this, buying that, making trades, making deals, all that other type of stuff. But yet you're here. Again, I'm a little bit baffled on how that worked. Then number two, you sat up there and said you're not even interested in black men at all, but yet you're talking to one. Again, I'm not even sure how we even sat up there and got here. Because usually if a woman has a preference and she states that a guy is not her preference, she's not going to give him the time of day, nor is she going to sit up there and keep talking or keep up a conversation because it's a waste of time. So again, doesn't make any type of sense. Like I said, this is diabolical by itself. It's 100% diabolical. Let me see what else. Let me see. Uh, it was, let me see. Yeah, like I said, crazy work. But anyways, let me sit up here and keep going with this video here to further prove the point.
They body done. I already know they about to date the broke niggas because broke niggas love a curvy girl.
And this ain't got nothing to do with preference. She can love white men. That's her prerogative. I'm so in support of people liking whoever they want to like, right? But it's just the pedestalizing of other races while you stepping down on your own.
Yep.
I'll never understand that. Do I think black women have areas of opportunity? Absolutely. Do I ever get online and kick their back in front of the world? Fuck no. I'm never kicking us down and pushing somebody else up. That should be crazy to me. And I ain't even mad at you, baby. Do you live yours? But I don't know why you think that's a flex. It's a dirty game. Stay focused though.
So let me just go back to the lady. So the reason, and I keep telling people this before, whenever you see women like this talking and they always trying to big up another group of men and they're trying to down talk about black men, they're trying to give out a bat signal to the other groups of men to let them know that they're open and they're access ready for those other groups of men to come in, that they're loyal to those other groups of men and deem them to be worthy, right? And they're trying to let them know, like, hey, just as much as you hate or dislike black men, I'm the exact same way too. That's what it is. Like I said, you can see it all. You can see it on IG, you can see it on YouTube, you can see it on TikTok, wherever you can happen to view social media videos. That's exactly what that is. Right? That's exactly what it's a mating call. That's all it is. And like I said before, it's crazy to sit up there and do nonsense like that. It's 1000% crazy to sit up there and do stuff like that. And then, like I said, and I got videos of folks just like this sitting up there dating white boys, and then lo and behold, that same white dude that they pedestalized and said that they were like the salt of the earth ended up cheating on them with multiple black women. And then they turned right around and ended up, after having a child with that white dude, then they turn around and find some black dude to be with. And he's basically raising a white dude's kid. And I'm like, that's crazy. Such a turn of events. Wild work. But like I said, women like this always say that men of other races are so loyal and they love black women down and they're the utmost positive and rah 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 and all this other type of stuff, and they get played because at the end of the day, guys are going to be guys. If a guy wants to play around and not take you serious, he's going to sit up there and do that. If a guy actually wants to take you serious and be in a relationship with you, he's going to sit up there and do that. But like I said before, when it deals with black men, they're the only ones that get demonized. When it deals with relationships, crazy work. It's diabolical work. It is 1,000% diabolical work. Diabolical, diabolical. So now we're going to go directly over to this next video, right? And this is technically fits directly in there, especially with the whole conversation that's been going on, right? So this Caucasian woman, she's going to basically talk about the foreclosure of homes, right? She said a comprehensive mid-year overview reveals that there are 227,548 total homes foreclosure filings in the United States during the first 6 months of 2026. So let's just take a look at this, and then I'm going to read off some information after she's done speaking.
7,548 home foreclosures so far in the USA in 2026. Let's get into it. Let me tell you the top 5 states with the most home foreclosures. Let me see if you guessed this. Number 5 is the red state of Nevada. Yeah, Nevada voted for this administration. Number 4 is Indiana. Yeah, that's a red state too. Number three is Delaware. And if you didn't know, Delaware has been hit the hardest in 2025 by the current administration cutting those government jobs. Number 2, South Carolina. Are you guys seeing a theme here? South Carolina is the second worst home foreclosures in the USA right now. And number one, let me see if you guessed it. Number 1 is Florida. Florida has the most home foreclosures right now in the United States of America. Home foreclosures are 21% higher right now in 2026 than they were last year in 2025. Buckle up, ladies and gentlemen. Things are going to get much worse.
Right. So we were able to hear the information. Now, something that she did not add in there that I'm going to sit up there and add, right? And this basically goes into the conversation within the disruptor that was there, right? So they said that the was it mid-year 2026 foreclosure market reported that 227,548 United States properties received foreclosure filings in the first half of 2026. This marks a 21% increase from 2025 and a 28 increase from 2024, driven by rising property taxes, insurance costs, and higher borrowing expenses, right? So they also said foreclosure starts rose 18% nationally to 164,566 properties entering the process, bank repossessions or REO, increased by 33% year over year. Short timelines. The average time to complete a foreclosure dropped to 563 days, the fastest pace since 2013. Now, something directly moreover, because I wanted to know, I'm like, okay, so we got all of these foreclosures. So who owns, the most homes in the United States, men or women? They stated that single women own significantly more homes in America than single men. Recent census data and housing market reports from organizations like Lending Tree and the National Association of Realtors, or NAR, shows that single women own roughly 11.14 million homes compared to the 8.42 million homes owned by single men. This creates a gap of about 2.72 million homes in favor of women. While married couples still make up a large overall share of homeowners, women dominate the solo buyer market despite statistically earning less than men on average. Right? They also said national spread, single women have higher home ownership rate than single men. 47 out of 50 states. Top states: New Mexico, Mississippi, West Virginia boast the highest percentage of single women homeowners. Metro growth. The fastest gains are occurring in affordable metro regions, particularly in Florida markets like Palm Bay and Cape Coral. They also stated that longer life expectancy, women statistically outlive men, leading to a larger demographic of older single female home ownerships, including widows who retain their property. prioritizing long term stability. Market surveys suggest that single women are often more willing to make financial sacrifice to secure a stable investment and permanent living situation compared to single men. Rising income with higher education. Young women are entering the market earlier after obtaining degrees, moving directly from higher education into home ownership as a solo earns wait as their solo earnings grow. So what I'm basically stating or alluding to is that when it deals with all of these home foreclosures, if the majority of the women out here, right, own homes, then that would also lead me to believe that a lot of those foreclosures are happening specifically to women, because we're living in a market at this moment in time where you realistically do need two incomes, in a sense. Now, again, if you're a guy, you got like a nice paying job, you're pretty much, cool, or depending on where you are, you can pretty much afford the house, by yourself. But when you look at on average, when you look at a lot of these states, home ownership costs a lot. You would realistically need two incomes in order to facilitate the means, especially depending on how large a house is and everything of the sense. But it's hard to tell people that because you have this whole ideology of folks, quote unquote, I can do it by myself, strong, I'm independent, this, that, and the third, and rah, 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 rah. And this is how you end up getting people losing what it is that they have. To further push this, you had black women recently, I think, what was it, about like last year? I think, what was it, estimated about like 300 thousand black women ended up losing jobs when they dealt with, I guess, what these corporate spaces or whatnot or whatever, like basically places where you would need a higher education in order to obtain said job or position or whatnot or whatever. And I'm like, yeah, you got a lot of folks out here cleaning house, and they're making sure to put their people directly first. And when you got folks out there believing in this mantra that they can do it all by themselves, and then stuff like that happens, they don't really have nobody to, in a sense, lead on or to depend on when times realistically get tough. So then you also, from that extent of those black women losing those jobs, and maybe it's hard for them to get back out there and find the exact same job or get on the exact same pay scale. Maybe they may have to sit up there and take a 10, 15, 20, $25 pay cut from what they normally sit up there and make. Then that then also means that all of the luxuries, right, that they were able to afford, the nice cars, the homes, and the neighborhood, now they got to sit up there and downgrade, right, because of the situation, because of everything that is taking place and happening. Like I said before, man, hey, a lot of this rhetoric that they got people out here believing is going to be tough. It is going to be very tough for a lot of people. It's going to be very, very tough for a lot of people directly by here. Like I said, men can always, figure out and find a way to sit up there and make it. When it deals with certain women out here, I don't know what to sit up and tell them. Don't know what to sit up and tell them, because again, in a lot of these corporate spaces, you got white men that are running a lot of these businesses, and those black women are working at those businesses. So if those white dudes are like, hey, we're not doing, no more of this quote unquote DEI wokeness, and we're not having the one token in here, yeah, you're gonna be up out of there, because they would rather have somebody of their own community. It can be a white man or a white woman directly in that space, over you. Or matter of fact, in order to cut costs, they would rather sit up there and cut whatever position you're specifically at, and then they'll just divvy that up in between 3 to 4 people, for what it is that they were paying you. So, like I said, hey, you gonna have folks out here that's going to sit up there and learn the hard way on how specific things are going to happen. Some people are going to sit up there and have to learn the hard way. You can't sit up there and tell people nothing. So like I said, all of that rhetoric, and like I said, I have no problem with women being educated, women out here making money and all this other type of stuff. But to, in a sense, try to put it up there as like some type of like badge or all this other type of stuff, or to try to, I don't even know what's the specific words I want to use right now, but to use it in order to, I want to say, like, throw shots or to basically say like, "Ha, I basically did it without you." It's like, okay, like I said, the economy can can change at the drop of a dime. It can literally change. They've already been saying that we've been dealing with hyperinflation. They've already been saying that we're dealing with like a bubble market and all this other type of stuff, and soon enough it's going to pop. So, like I said, if and when it does pop, dealing with the economy, dealing with the housing market, and everything else, a lot of these women, I want to see how that's going to sit up there and work out because, like I said, it didn't really, work out that well for a lot of guys either, dealing with the housing crisis. What was that back in like what? Oh, what was it? 7, 8, 9, 10, and whatnot. And then the housing market really didn't, I guess, correct itself or get to a normalcy up until I think they said what 2011, somewhere in between, yeah, in between like 2011 and 2012. I say 2010, 2011, 2012, somewhere up in there. Um, so like I said, it was shaky for a while, and it was shaky for married couples. You had married couples during the housing crisis. They had to, sell their homes. Some people got put out. Families were on the streets, living in cars. You had people living under bridges because they decided that, hey, we're going to bail out the big three, right? GM, Ford, and Chrysler. We're going to sit up there and bail out the banks. The government wasn't worried about trying to help out and bail out the people. They could care less. It was about all the big money where they were going to sit up there and put the money. So, like I said, if and when this happens again, and you got all of these single women that got all of these properties, these homes, and if anything crumbles and falls, you ain't gonna have nobody to turn to, nobody to sit up there and lean on, and the banks are not going to sit up there and help you. They're going to be sitting up there like drooling, and they're going to be sitting up there putting their hands together like Birdman, waiting on your downfall real quick, because they know it's only a matter of time. Like I said, man, it's crazy. It's 100% crazy, man. Like I said, people better figure some stuff out. They better wisen up real quick and wake up from whatever dream they in. Because like I said, people been getting set up. Women have been getting set up for a very long time to believe something, but it be like that. So let's go to the next video here.
Y'all all right? Yeah. Hey, you don't want to pull over right here? Right here in the grass. Right? Yeah. I ain't gonna fit. All right. I know what's what. You okay? Yeah.
So, let me just rewind this real quick, right? So, what you're going to see here is this dude in a red. He's pulling up on the side of the road to, in a sense, spot and see what this black dude is doing. Right? It's just like the video that was before when you had a black beauty supply owner and you had like some Arab dude trying to come directly into his business, and he was just walking through on a phone. I think he was on like voice call or whatever, and he was just like looking at the prices and talking this and talking that. Like I said, they do stuff like this to black Americans so that they can try to like undercut and mess up business. Like that's all this dude is trying to do, just like all the others. That's all they're trying to sit up there and do. And this is why I said up and said before, when it deals with black Americans don't really, got friends and different stuff of that sort. But let's keep going.
You okay? Yeah. God bless you for stopping. I kept it out when I'm sleeping. Am I going to fish?
Yes, Sam. There's real frustration behind the story. Because this is a man who built a livelihood the hard way. Growing watermelons, loading the truck, standing in the heat year after year, right? He's always dependable, always at the right place at the right time. And then he watches the ground shift from up under him as more immigrant sellers enter the same narrow space. They come in, they undercut his price, and they keep the pressure on. But when the competition then shows up to his new spot that they ran him from the old spot to study his operation again and lean on his customers with comparisons, this is not competition. This is war.
So
let me just repeat that again. She stated that this black man here is selling watermelons, that he's been doing this for a long time. You had these folks up in here seeing what he was doing and coming to his exact same spot, deciding to sit up there and set up shop and to undercut his prices so that they can get directly to his customers, right? Because like I said before, everybody always talks about like, oh, black people, why don't you create your own business and why is it that you guys never support your own people? Y'all got interlopers. That's why. You got agents of chaos. That's why. Because you got people out here that don't really want to see black Americans supporting one another. They don't actually want to see black Americans spending money with one another, pulling each other up, making sure everybody is good. They don't want black Americans supporting other black American businesses because that also means less money directly for them. And like I said before, regardless on how it is that people feel about this statement, there is a such thing as the black dollar. And that does have a worth and a spending, a buying and everything of the sort power directly to it. So, like I said, these folks know it. This is exactly why they come directly into our businesses, into our spaces to basically case, see what it is that we're doing so that they can come together with a plan. Them and many others, they will come together with a plan in order to try to get us up out of there or to make sure that the business is no longer in existence. So let's keep going.
10 for the big ones, 12 for the small, 2 for 25. That's display. Yeah, I know that's display. That's display. This is for you to buy. Small like this, 2 for 20.
For 20. Yeah, that's right.
So let me, cause I done work with folks before. Let me explain something to y'all. I don't care how broken his English is. I don't care how it seems like he don't really sit up there and like understand what the black dude is saying. He understands English. Trust me. I work with folks who could barely sit up there and speak English, or at least they would play like that. But when you would sit up there and speak to them, or they would have to sit up there and take directions, they knew exactly what was happening. Because, like I said, you can read people's body language and you can see their eyes. So, like I said, he's playing stupid and dumb at this moment in time, but he knows everything that's being said directly to him. Trust and believe me. Trust and believe me. Let's keep going.
Now I'm going to insert this blurb right here because I'm a spirit worker. I'm a root worker, right? And when the competition comes to your place of business and wage war in this manner, the disregard, the disrespect that I've seen, and then he made a point to put his hands all over the merchandise. I'm telling you, this is warfare on a level that my people got to wake up to and understand what's going on here. It wasn't done with smiles. He didn't come with intentions to buy. He came directly to size him up in his face and didn't give a fuck if he knew or not. That is absolute warfare.
That's big, brother. Yeah, this big right here, my boy. Yeah, it's some more over here though.
This one is small, right?
No, that's not small. That's big, but yeah, small is this. This small. This small.
Okay, I got
Yeah.
all right, man. I'll be back.
Huh?
I'll be back later.
Oh, so you just checking me out?
Yeah.
I know. Check out the competition. I get it. I understand. Trust me. I know what's going on. My whole Facebook page know. Mm-hmm.
Can I be yelling out, gang, gang? Do you gang, gang?
Check out the competition. I told y'all they ran me off out of there for a reason. Now they coming and plotting and seeing what a nigga just doing. God bless, man.
So, like I said, this ain't the first time that I've covered video like this. There was a black woman in New York, and she set up shop, I think, somewhere on the block for about, like, I think they said like 20 or 30 years in like the same spot. And then what ended up happening is that you had those folks pulling up to the scene and they were deciding to put their tent directly in front of her and directly to the side of her to get her customers. And I'm like, what type of stuff? Like, y'all dirty. Y'all 1,000% dirty to do some stuff like that. Like, you can't even be competitive just on a fair, stable ground. You got to try to like box and block people so that you can make sure that people don't look at them, that they're automatically looking at you. But like I said, people wasn't automatically buying for you. You wasn't there back in the 80s. I can promise you that those folks who setting up shop right now in New York, they wasn't there in the 80s. I can promise you that. They wasn't there in the 90s like that. I can promise you that. But like I said, this is how dirty these folks they sit up here and play. The moment in time that they see black Americans out here doing, they get jealous, they get envious, and they want to start doing this type of stuff. Right? And it's only happenstance. They would never do this to nobody white. I promise you. They would never do this to let a white woman be out there selling like some flowers or something like. They wouldn't be doing that. They wouldn't dare do it. Like I said, it's some crazy work. And that's why I sat up there and told people like, hey, don't really got no friends out here. It ain't no type of alliances. Like I said, that dude, he sat up there and showed you. And the black man here, he told you what it was. He was like, yeah, they chased him up out of the spot that he had before, and now they plan on doing the exact same thing. And this is why I said before that it is imperative for black folks to sit up there and support those in the black community. Because the moment in time that we showing up in droves, they not going to be so brave to sit up there and try to run somebody out of a spot. Yeah, it's going to be impossible for you to do that because we're going to run you up out of that spot. You ain't about to sit up there and do that. We are not going to allow you to sit up there, especially if we're there in droves. We're coming there continuously, right? We got a type of bond or friendship directly with that person. Yeah, no, that ain't happening. Like I said, you'll get to the extent where you got black folks that'll just come out there just because you're there. They've patronized you before, but they just want to sit up there and and talk to you or whatnot or whatever, because that's in a sense their way of sitting up there supporting and checking in on you and everything of the sort. Like I said, those people will sit up there and run up other people off. They ain't gonna sit idly by and allow that to sit up there and happen. Like I said, that's some crazy work, and I bet you this, they wouldn't dare sit up there and do that in a all black community. I promise you that, because it wouldn't be happening. Because all that has to happen is one call get made, and you'll have people from the community up out there, and they wish somebody would try to pull up and be like, we're about to do a compare and contrast. We're about to run you up out of this. I wish you would. I wish you would. Your tent and whatever you're gonna put up is not gonna make it. You better not do it. You better be next to the freeway or next to a bridge. Better find somewhere else to play. Like I said, this is why it is imperative again for the black community to sit up there and support black businesses. This is another reason why it is that you have less and less black businesses, because these folks from other places, they will come directly out, they will scout out black businesses, see what's going on, see what they're doing, and then they'll figure out a plan and a plot in order to undercut and sell lower so that black people in the black community will come in there and just buy directly from them, basically forcing them out either by way of the position of the business or by way financially, or both. Like I said, it's crazy work. It's diabolical. Diabolical, right? But now let's look at the next video.
The interstate as guns are drawn on a woman near Brookfield. Brookfield police say they thought they were pulling over a murder suspect yesterday.
Turns out it was a mistake by another department with the flock license plate reader technology. Ben Hansen spoke with the woman seen on video who says this isn't the first time this happened to her this week.
Like, where could we go? Like, it was just a whole lot. Like,
Amber Newell is still shaken up from Thursday.
I haven't been asleep since this happened. Every time I close my eyes, all I can see is guns.
When Brookfield police surrounded her car on I-94, drew their guns, and told her to come out with her hands up.
My mom is like my go-to person. I wanted to call her so bad yesterday, but I'm like, if I make a sudden move, it's going to be over. It's going to end my life.
Friday, we learned Newell did nothing wrong.
It was very embarrassing because after they put us in cuffs, they walked us to the car. I'm not knowing what's going on. I'm scared. All you see is people in their cars recording.
Milwaukee police say they accidentally didn't remove the alert previously placed on her vehicle in the flock camera system. At one point, the vehicle was suspected of being tied to a homicide. Eventually, Milwaukee police were no longer interested in the vehicle, but the department didn't cancel that alert. So when Brookfield police saw the vehicle on a flat camera, they responded. Brookfield's chief says his officers did nothing wrong.
The only thing they said was you contact Milwaukee
Wow.
Police Department, it's their fault. That's all they kept saying was it's their fault. It's not our fault, it's their fault.
MPD declined an interview. Newell says last Monday, the same thing happened when Milwaukee police pulled her over with guns drawn. She says officers never explained why, towed her car, and let her go. Newell says she's still scared to drive her car, and her daughter is too.
My daughter keep asking, Mama, is the police gonna get us? She don't want to ride in the car no more because she don't know if the police gonna pull us over and do it again.
Now, she's hoping for an explanation and an apology.
I'm really mad at Milwaukee MPD because y'all failed. Y'all failed the system. Y'all failed me. Y'all failed everybody. Like, y'all, I'm traumatized now.
In Milwaukee, Ben Hansen, Fox 6 News.
Milwaukee police emphasize this was not a flock camera issue. It was a data entry mistake. Police haven't said how they could avoid this in the future.
So let me just reiterate. This is why I sat up there and gave videos some years ago talking about how dangerous AI will be when it deals with Black Americans, because they really can't tell the difference. I gave y'all videos before, and it was a pair that sat up there and showed it, right? They did it two ways. Number one, the black dude underneath the, let's say, the soap reader, right? Because it's supposed to, the laser is supposed to be able to read if a hand is there. Black dude basically put his hand directly where the laser was, melanated side up, it couldn't read it. When he flipped it over, quote unquote, the light or the white side, it automatically dispensed the soap. Right? They even did it where it was a black dude that did it, and then you had a white dude that sat up there and did it. The exact same thing sat up there and took place happening. I also gave you guys videos before where these AI scanners or cameras or whatnot supposedly got a black dude that was a criminal. He was supposed to be the one that was a part of some type of murder, or he was wanted, and that wasn't even the guy at all. It was a clear-cut mistake. The AI was wrong, because those things are not specifically meant in order to, they can't really read black people. It's horrible. Like I said, the exact same way that people sit up there and say that AI is in a sense racist, right? It can't really, it deems all black people to pretty much like look the same. Yeah, that's because you got to look at the people that's making it, right? If the AI or the computer has an error, right? The AI or the computer didn't do it itself. It did it because of who programmed it, who wrote the code directly for it. So you got to look at the code maker. You got to look at the programmer. You got to look at the inventor, you know, who is the patient zero, right? So like I said, these flock cameras, all of this AI reader, it's a bunch of laziness that's going on. When you got police making a full-on response to what it is that AI told them, that already lets you know we're going in the wrong direction. They did no type of detective work. Nobody looked at the license plate or anything of the sort. Like, you just automatically pulled up on the highway, guns drawn. But if somebody within that exact same community of which this woman is a part of, if they call the police, the response is going to be delayed for 2 hours or whatever it is. If they call the EMS, the response is going to be delayed. Like I said, that's some crazy work. I'm happy that, you know, nothing happened to her or her daughter or any other occupants directly in a car. But yeah, that is traumatizing. That's 1,000% traumatizing. But again, when it deals with like white folks out here, they're not going to really complain. They're not going to see a problem with this because it's only happening to black people. Like I said, just wait until it starts happening to white people, and it happens enough. It happens too frequently. That's when they're going to sit up there and get up there and yell and go to the town meetings, and they're going to do press conferences and all this other type of stuff. And then and only then will these things actually get changed. Then and only then will things actually transpire and happen. Like I said before, when it deals with a lot of these flock cameras and whatnot, folks were completely fine when these were in black areas. People were fine. If it was like in and around black areas, nobody was really saying anything, no fuss, no muss. But then when it started to encroach where primarily white people are, that's when white people started to be like, nah, this is too much. It's too invasive. This is an invasion of privacy. Where's this data going? Why are you recording me? But these are the same folks that sit up there and said that they have nothing to hide, right? Why would you be worried about somebody recording you if you don't have anything to hide, right? But now these are the same people saying that they got a problem with these fly cameras and everything. Like I said, man, it's crazy. It's 1,000% crazy out here, man. It's 1,000% crazy. Like I said, all you got to do is just sit back and idly wait for it to really affect white people. That's when they'll start speaking up and things will sit up there and change. Like I said, I've seen it 99 different times. Like I said, look at the whole thing dealing with like Narcan and whatnot. You really think they came up with Narcan because black folks was like ODing on some type of narcotic on the streets? Nah, nah, no. But like I said, I'm happy. That the lady, like, nothing happened to her, and and everything in a sense. But it's only a matter of time. I promise you, it's only a matter of time before they have the right cop at the wrong time, and they make this stop, and that cop inevitably starts letting off bullets. It's going to set up and happen because it always happens. Just like some of y'all might remember the video where it was a black man that was, I think he was in a vehicle or something, and I think they requested him to step out or something strange, and the dude, he didn't have a weapon, no nothing. The cop was like, he automatically drew his gun directly on the unarmed black dude on the highway and sat up there and shot him. And then he turned around and just got scared. He was like, oh my God, oh my God. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I didn't. No, yes, you did. The moment in time that you decided to draw your service pistol and you aimed it at that black dude, you meant every single thing that you did. You meant for that bullet to come directly out and to strike that man. You can't turn around and sit up there and try to take that back. You can't do it. It's impossible for you to. But like I said before, again, even with that proof of showing that an unarmed black men magically are dangerous to everybody, right? Even to the cops, because unarmed black men are so strong or just, so this and that, imposing that, the cops automatically have to pull out their weapons, right? But nothing is going to be done about that up until it heavily affects white Americans. Like I said before, again, it's going to be a very painful time, but you just got to let it, in a sense, go through its course and wait for it to hit the white community in abundance. And then that's when they'll, start doing some police reform. And it's like, all right, we got to get rid of this and get rid of that. We got to really, hold these cops accountable and all this. We can't have this nonsense, right? Like I said, time and time again, this is normally how it has to work. That is normally how it has to work. Who's talking about Massachusetts? What are you talking about? You said Massachusetts is far too diverse for the BS that you're saying. Sorry, that must be a segregationist down south thing. Everybody lives with everybody in Massachusetts. What? No, who cares about Massachusetts? Like, don't nobody care about what? What are we talking about? Hey, what are we talking about? Uh, Wait, you said even the term white makes no sense in Massachusetts. Which one? Irish? Irish don't like black Americans. You said Italians? Italians don't like black Americans. Polish don't like black Americans. Albanians don't like black Americans. And then you said Creek. Are you talking about Creek as a Native American? Are you talking about the same Native Americans who originally were heavily melanated? Or are you talking about like the white Siberians? Or the $5 Indians. Which one are you talking about? Since you wanted to list Creek as white, I'm a little bit confused on that. I'm just a little bit confused. Let me know. And then oh, you said they all don't speak the same language. I mean, you're right, but the Italian, the Irish, the Polish, Albanian, they all of those groups don't like black Americans. They may not speak the same language or have the same culture, but they have the same dislike and or hatred. So, yeah, there's that. I guess you forgot about that one. You know. And then you said come to the casino in Foxwoods and ask for yourself directly. Why do I have to ask for myself directly? You're the one that listed Native Americans up there. You should be the one to be forthcoming with that information if you are willing to put this information directly out there and you listed them as white. I know $5 Indians. I know white folks who signed that was it the Dawes Rolls, and they ended up automatically becoming Native Americans. I know that historically speaking. Like I said, I even covered full on videos of white folks that were claiming to be Native American in order to get $300 million construction contracts. And then it was found out that those same folks in that construction had no Native American blood or heritage at all, which means that they lied and they stole money. So, yeah, there's that. Like I said, I've covered quite a bit. I've covered quite a bit, but like I said, people tend to overlook a lot of stuff. People tend to overlook this. Let me tell you. Yo, okay, what is it? Also, much love, respect, and appreciation to all of my moderators that are currently here at this moment in time. Much love. I had a tunnel vision. Let me let y'all know. Especially dealing with the what was it, the 1971 woman that pulled directly up talking some nonsense. Let me tell you. Let me tell you. Let me tell you. Let me tell you. Also, before I continue, let me go back over something real quick. Because I wanted to just highlight something. I gotta refresh this page because I should. Oh yeah, it was right there. So I gotta make a slight little color correction here. It's gonna be a little bit small. You might have to like turn your phone, sideways in order to see it, right? Uh, I'm gonna read it off to you because it may be a little bit. Yeah, it's gonna be small. I'm just gonna be real. It's gonna be a small image. I wanted to make the image larger. I try to put it as like a higher quality image. If this was like more horizontal than vertical, you would be able to see it a little bit clearer. But there was an individual that I told some of y'all about where I was having this back and forth conversation, and they wanted to specifically state a few things. So again, you might be able to zoom it up or whatnot or whatever. But I'm going to read the first part of the conversation. So the Lakeisha person, right? She said, "You hate black women. You heard all of that, but you confused." This is dealing with a video that I did before. It was with a black mother, and she was crying in the car. She stated, and these are her words. The black mother in the video stated that she was originally from the streets. Like she was like one of those type of women that was like out there, on the side and doing this and doing that, right? But then I guess she softened up when she had kids and all this other type of stuff, right? So this is the response that she had because she had a disagreement with about what it is that I stated about the situation and the black mother and how it was that she was raising her son and how it is that it came to be that he was being disrespectful and all this other type of stuff. So she was like, "You hate black women. You heard all of that, but you confused on the lack of respect." The lack of respect causes wars, but she is crazy. This shows me that you do not respect your mom and you really hate black women. Keep black women out of your mouth unless you put some respect on this. This shows me that real men was missing in your life because your reply was sassy. Sassy men attack women. So again, like I stated previously, anytime a woman calls a man sassy, she's trying to call him gay or DL. And this is why I said primarily, and specifically within the black community, out of all the races on the planet, black men are the only ones that have to deal with this from birth all the way until death. Right? You're not going to see groups of women all over the planet making content, making comments, and all this other type of stuff about the men of their races. Right? So underneath that, laughing emojis, I said, "Whatever you say, brother." And I said, "My mom is a part of the channel, but you know more than me, I guess." She responded, "I know that you are disrespectful and hate black women. I came back. I actually had another statement, but for whatever reason, YouTube did not write that statement, or they didn't let that reply fly for whatever reason. So this is why you see the 1 day ago reply. I replied, I'm still waiting on you to prove this hate that you talk about. Just because you say, just because you repeat it doesn't make it true or fact. And if I have such hate as you say, then why would I spend time talking to black women then? Or basically, back to this person, right? She replied, you are low vibrational and not worth my energy. Whether you believe in God or not, I'm not even sure how God came into this conversation. But God places a ranking order in scriptures, back up God's command. It is obvious that you don't know about that order if you think it's acceptable for you to ignore your mom and not take out the garbage or cut the grass when she asks you, right? You are low vibrational, lack morals and respect. You cannot point out what you yourself can't see because of self lack. Isn't that supposed to be lack of self? Whatever. And you said, you are not worthy of my time. I have bigger fish to fry. Right. So I gave a reply back. I said low vibration. I basically quoted the low vibrational thing, and I was like, all because I asked for proof of what you stated about me, basically saying that I hate black women and I hate my mom. Right. Then she said, whether you believe in God or not. I replied, never brought up God, nor was belief or religion a part of the video or the conversation, but you got it. Then she was like, if you think it's acceptable, I responded, that statement by itself let me know that you didn't listen or hear what I stated in the video. GG on that. Because the whole video was about, I think it said like 40 to 44 minutes long. That, I was sitting up there talking about the whole situation. So I know for a fact that she didn't listen to the whole video. A lot of people didn't make it through the whole, 40 some minutes of that video. I later responded, I'm pretty sure you don't want to see any low vibrational anti-black woman sassy videos, all your words. Also make sure you block this page so that you won't see any more content showing up in your feed, right? And have a nice day or night. She responded, and I didn't see this comment before because YouTube, in a sense had it, in the back somewhere. She was like, PPS, I'm not going to do anything that makes my mama cry. Making my mama cry is never an option. Stressing my mama out is never an option. Yeah, you hate your mom. How pathetic. And again, it's like, it's crazy how you sit up here and tell somebody that the same person that you're referring to is a part of the channel, but yet I know that you don't know her, she don't know you, y'all never had a conversation. So you're just theorizing. And this is why I sit up there and this is why I was going having a back and forth with the 1971 person, because like all of these generalizations that these people try to make in order to substantiate a point, it doesn't make any type of sense. You're going off of your theory. You're not going off of facts. You're not going off of logic. You're not going after, off of any type of proof or anything of the sort. You're doing a generalization because you feel a certain type of way about black men. And the craziest part is, even with this woman right here that you can clearly see her comment, it was I want to say about last night. I think it was about like 3 or 4 in the morning. I was thinking to myself, I'm like, you know what, let me just sit up there and like, try to do this, like another way, because I looked at the person's page or whatever. I'm like, all right, you sit up here and do content. I'm like, let me sit up there and like throw, before all of this, gets out of whack or whatnot. Let me sit up there because I looked at the content. I'm like, all right, it's a black woman. All right, cool. Let me sit up there and try to throw something out there to, help them out with their content and all this other type of stuff and whatnot or whatever. Like I said, in certain instances, I do sit up there and see like, yeah, I'm far too nice. Cause I had to sit there for a minute. I'm like, yo, is it really worth sitting up there doing that? And I'm like, this person's really telling you and showing you that, A, they don't, they trying to, rah, 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 and all this other type of stuff. Say that, you hate them and black women in general and all this other type of stuff, just saying all types of like nonsense. And it's like, why do you still want to sit up there, and help this person? I really had to sit up there and like, and question myself, because I'm like, I could have sworn I got rid of, that part of me a long time ago. But obviously it's very hard to do that because some residuals, are still there. And like I said, that's a fault, I can admit that. And I was gonna sit up there and go directly to her IG and leave a voicemail to basically talk directly about the content and what she could do to basically pick that up and all this other. And I'm like, yeah, nah, let me not do that. I'm like, I'm doing too much. I'm like, you're running a fool's errand. You're being completely stupid. And that's the part of me where it's like, yo, even if I had these arguments and whatnot with black folks out there, a part of me, I'm like, I still want you to sit up there and make it and do the stuff that you want to do and still be successful. And I'm like, yeah, I got to stop that. I'm like, I got to stop that. I'm like, you running a dummy mission. You running a fool's errand. Because, at the end of the day, this person don't like you. And like I said, for me, it's like, I wouldn't even be trying to do it to change the person's mind on specifically, who I am or to try to like prove them wrong. It's just a simple fact that I'm like, all right, obviously you're doing something that you want to sit up there and do. And it's like, as somebody who's doing this and understand the difficulties and everything that comes directly with it, it's like, all right, you don't like me, whatnot, whatever. Still want you to, have some type of success and all this. Like I said, too nice. Too nice. So for other black dudes out there that have that same problem about being too nice, stop doing that. Stop doing that. Like I said before you have the temptation to stop doing it. Just sit down real quick before you sit up there and do it. Try to figure out if it's actually worth it. Outweigh the pros and the cons. Right? You gotta figure out if it's a liability or not. You know, and in a lot of instances, you could potentially be setting yourself directly up for failure. Right? Like I was about to do. Like I said, and this is what I told people before. I have no problem sitting up there talking about my faults or potential things and everything of the sort because I want people to be able to use that as an example of what not to do. You know, um, didn't she have another response? Yeah. She had another response directly down. I forgot to post that. The other response. Let me just highlight this one because I forgot. Let me highlight this. Put this directly up there. All right. Let me post this one directly up out in these streets. Right. So you might be able to see that one a little bit clearer. And this one, she said, you should have kept that response. You're late. I've already blocked the low vibrational black man that uses his platform to diss black women. I've already blocked the black man that has no reference for godly order, the world of God, the value. Well, last time I checked, when it dealt with God, I could have sworn that Satan was banished to earth, and that this is basically hell on earth. And anyways, value the respect from a child to their mom. I've already blocked the man who cannot see that the proof of his hate is his sassy commentary. Again, trying to sit up there and state that I'm gay, right? To the same video. And I want to speak on this again too. The craziest part is, right, knowing the fact that this is a black woman, right, looking at the content and everything of the sort. To again state or try to put on a straight black man that he is somehow gay because he gave a response within a rebuttal to whatever you were trying to sit up there and state is crazy, because these are the same folks that say that they love and that they're proud of the LGBT and they support pride events and they go to the marches and they support their family coworkers and the kids and they say all of that, but at the same time they use that as a negative when it deals with straight black men. So how are you an ally to the gay community if you do that? Am I crazy about that one? Is it just me? Because I'm like, for me, that doesn't make any. You can't say that you're an ally if you're using what it is that other people are, and you're trying to brand that onto somebody who is not. You know, and then you're gonna sit up and try to claim that you're an ally, but yet you're quote unquote the most supportive one of all of these folks out here. Wild work, right? And then she said, you lack where you've lacked manly role models in your upbringing. And the proof is the lack of a man that you've manifested in today. Real men are taught to value and protect the women in their lives. That means protecting their peace of mind, their dignity. Real men are protectors, but you don't know that. The only thing that you know is how to be sassy. A feminine response because he was raised by nothing but women, rooted in hate towards the only gender who showed up for him. Misplaced anger for the not man enough to show up and care responsibility. Now, the craziest part is, and let me reiterate this again. Throughout my life, I have known and or dated women who have kids. So even directly after high school, right, ended up dating somebody who had kids, fully accepting directly of that. And even having conversations with, women during that time frame who are friends, and I'm trying to sit up there and tell them certain stuff about, you know, going about raising, a son and everything of the sort. Now, of course, yeah, I don't sit up there and quote unquote have a son biologically, but at the same time, I am a man. I was a young man and I was a boy at the time, right? And I had three women directly in my life. Also had my uncles. Also had all of my friends who had their fathers directly about there. So, like I said, I was good. I was completely fine and dandy. I was able to see everything that I needed to specifically see. I was able to come to certain understandings that I needed to come directly to, right? And as stated before, if a black woman has kids, I'm accepting of the whole situation. And, I'm going to sit up there and treat it as if, they are mine. But what I learned is that even if you do that, even if you decide to do that, um, those black women out there are not really going to allow you to have a say so when it deals with the kids and everything of the sort. So going from what it is that I know and what it is that I've gone directly through, and knowing and understanding that you have a lot of black women with kids that don't want to listen, right? And the craziest part is you don't want to listen to a man who is accepting of your situation, right? The situation of which that you established and built, that you allowed to happen. But you're willing and allowing a man, an unknown man that you don't know, to be around you and your child, right? But while allowing that to happen and while allowing him to be in that space, right, and allowing him to be in that closeness and to gain attachment, you don't want to listen nor allow that dude to set forth any type of structure. That's backwards to me. Because I'm like, within that, you might as well just be single. It's like, it's crazy to me, like, you got women out here that want men to be fully accepting of their situation, but yet women don't want to be fully accepting if that man want to start setting down rules and regulations when it deals with the kid or kids. That's backwards to me. You might as well directly be single. But yet when I sit up there and critique the mother in the video for more than likely how it is that she raised that child, and it's clear cut how she raised that child because you can see the attitude and see everything that he's sitting up there saying, I'm the bad guy. I'm 100% the bad guy in that, and the bad guy for, in a sense, taking his side when it deals with certain types of situations and things of that nature. Like I said, it's crazy to me. It's 1,000% crazy to me. Like I said, it's wild work. And then she said underneath, she was like, "P.S. Just because your mom works for you doesn't mean that you love her." What are you talking about? This is like, yo, in order to establish that black men just hate black women, like, yo, these clowns just be pulling up to the scene just saying anything that they think of. Like, this is why I keep sitting up here. This is how I know that in a lot of instances, I'm dealing with women who are more than likely older than me. Cause I'm like, dog, you're too old. Like, you have the 1971, woman that pulled up here. Like, dog, y'all far too old to be doing this. Y'all far too old to be sitting up there doing this online. I'm like, go get some therapy. Like I said, I get it. You had some interactions with some black dudes and relationships. It didn't work out. You got treated wrong, treated bad, all this. You might have got dog walked, whatever it was. Go get some therapy for that. Because, like I said, I'm not to. I'm. You can't sit up there and blame me for the reason that every single time you see a black man, you're envisioning the terrible father, the uncle, the grandfather, the best friend, the situationship, the boyfriend, the husband or ex-husband, the fiance, the baby father, whatever it is. Like I said, that's not my fault. I am not them. But like I said, because like you're so mentally warped, you can't even sit up there and fully see that. You just want to sit there as the scorned, jaded, broken black woman that you are. You want to envision every single black man out here as the few black men that you dealt with, the negative black men that you dealt with, the black men that sat up there and abused you or mistreated you, belittled you, devalued you, made you into a single mother. You want to sit up there and pretend that the greater majority of black men out here represent the minute, minuscule amount of men, the black men that you were able to come into contact with. That's some wild work for me. That is wild work. That is 100% wild work out here. Like that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. And like I said before, and I keep trying to, tell people, it's like stuff like this is what divides a lot of folks within the black community when it deals with, black men and black women and stuff like that. Like I said, you get a lot of stuff like this for no reason. That makes no type of sense. That's directly uncalled for. And in a lot of instances, it doesn't get checked because a lot of people sit up there and say like, well, you should just sit up there and ignore it and da. It's probably this, it's probably that. None of that matters because at the end of the day, you're going to have fields of people that's going to sit up there and believe whatever that person is sitting up there saying. Like I said, I got a comment section from a previous video. It's probably like 20 or 30 videos back, where some woman, she basically said the exact same thing about me hating black women and all this other type of stuff. And I think it was about like 100 and something likes directly for that video. It wasn't like 100 and some people that decided to like that comment. It wasn't like 100 and something deep of those people, basically parroting that exact same thing. A lot of those, they understood. It was like, hey, I don't feel like, showing up in like a live stream or video. So let me just sit in the background and let me just like that comment and then just continue on my day. And that's what I said before. I'm like, dog, a lot of y'all need therapy. A lot of like guys on the street, a lot of y'all need therapy. And it's crazy to me that people want to, the main people that need the utmost help, they always want to keep bringing up God. Now you want to sit up there and talk about some divine order when it deals with men and all this other. Man, miss me with all of that. Because if there's a divine order for men, there should be also one for women as well too. And if men are supposed to follow God's rules and laws, then women should be following that too. You shouldn't be having sex outside of wedlock. You shouldn't be having like 99 kids with like 1,000 different men. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's crazy to me. You shouldn't be out here, moving around promiscuous. You shouldn't be half dressed, right? Like a streetwalker. Like, what are we talking about? Like, this is what I be talking about, man. Like, when people want to sit up there and cherry pick and start bringing up stuff, this is why I sit up there and tell people, like, yo, just stop doing that. Just stop doing it. Just do not do it. It's not going to work out well. It's not going to work out well. Like, yo, that is wild to me. But like I said, for the moment of time, for any of the dudes out there, if you are in a situation where you got folks out there, especially women, that just do not like you at all, and they rah and all this other type of stuff, do not, whatever nice little, what people sit up and say, the angel that be talking on the shoulder, yeah, just shut them up. Just use some duct tape real quick. Do not run a fool's errand. Do not run a fool's errand at all, because I was right there on her IG page and I was like, yeah, I could sit up there and like really help her out on some stuff. And I'm like, nah, that's a waste of time. Waste of time. Because like I said, I'm pretty sure that somehow, some way that would have came through as problematic, and would have probably tried to pull up and say that I was stalking somebody. I'm like, yeah, no, that's not what it was. I do what I've done before, and try to give some hints and some tips directly to folks, and tell people some stuff. But like I said, sometimes you got to be able to save yourself, guys. You got to be able to save yourself, right? But anyways, We're gonna go directly to the next video here. What was this one again? Was it dealing with Black Americans? I'm a little bit lost. I had these in a certain order, and I knew some of the videos, but we're going to sit up there and try to do a refresher on what this video is, and then I can probably give my input real quick.
So why don't black men in the UK date black women?
Oh, that's what
it
it
is
was.
a story we hear both in the UK and in America. It's a podcast topic. It's a group chat topic. It's a TikTok topic. And clips like this kind of prove it.
At the Honey Effect says a lot of straight black men, especially.
So let me just correct that real quick. They keep using the terminology. They're over there, and I want people to understand these folks over there. These are Africans over there in the UK. They keep using the terminology black man. Out of all of the world, the only place that we primarily use, that is probably the only place that uses the terminology black men continuously, I'm talking about historically, is the United States. When it deals with other places, they have referred to themselves as where it is that they come from. Right? You got like British Nigerians, British Jamaicans, British Caribbeans, and all this other, right? That's normally what they sit up there and do. These are the same folks that set up there and said, don't ever call them black. Don't refer to them as black. They are XYZ from XYZ. But now you hear them sitting up there on these podcasts talking about black men, black women. No. We're not about to muddy the waters. We're not going to sit up there and have no type of mass confusion. This is why I be sitting up here talking about where people been listening to Black American conversations for so long that they co-opt those conversations and the words that are specifically used in order to be a part of a conversation. Over there in the UK, Africans have been sitting up there dating for as long as the UK has been the UK. Over there in Europe, they've always had interracial relationships. This ain't nothing new. They've been sitting up there doing that all the way up over there. They got more interracial relationships over there in the UK than we do in the United States. But let me let this go.
Of Caribbean descent are not dating black women in Britain anymore. They're dating interracially. I think more and more black women are starting to give up on them and date interracially too. This is asking where the black men are. We're getting all sorts in.
I agree. I think a lot of men are dating outside of the race. A lot of my friends are.
Why?
Few reasons.
1, 2, 3 of them.
What's the prime one that you've heard?
A good one is
a good one or one.
The number one.
Yeah.
Is what's the word for it? There's a word for it. I'll use the right word. It's like submission.
Oh, they're submissive.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Like I'll give you an example. Like a lot of my friends go for like Greek. I'm North London, innit? So a lot of Greek girls, a lot of Cypriot girls, a lot of Turkish girls. Like so a lot of Mediterranean mix. They're raised to be like wives, like housewives.
Really and truly, I want to answer 3 questions. Number 1, is it actually true that black men in the UK date outside their race more than other men in Britain? Number 2, what's going on with black Caribbean men specifically? Because our numbers are really different. And number 3, which might be a little bit left field, but Dr. Umar Johnson really advocates for marrying within the race because of economic reasons. And I want to explore that in this video. So actually, when we look at the 2021 census data, it actually shows us that 72% of black men in England and Wales are in relationships with black women. So the whole black men don't date black women thing, statistically, in Britain, is not quite true. But when you
So I'm a little bit confused. And again, we're dealing with now I want to remind people, I gave y'all pretty much, we had higher numbers directly over here. I've said the exact same thing when it deals with black American men. But when you sit up there and listen to all of these other folks out here, right, including Brother Umar Johnson, he's set up there and grandstanded and stated himself that all these black men out here just doing nothing but dating like white women and, and women of other races. But I'm like, so how are we still having black kids out here? How are we still having black weddings and engagement parties? And I'm like, how are we even still having a black community? If that was really the case, if what was really happening was that every single black man out here is dating women of other races and not black women, then we would not have the black community that we have at this moment in time. We would actually have a lot less people. Right? But let's keep going.
actually zoom in a little bit further, you start to see why the old trope of black men don't date black women, where it really comes from, right? And look, I'm purely going to speak from a UK perspective. I made this same video about a year ago and I threw in a lot of American statistics, but I'm going to keep this one UK centric. So 53% of black Caribbean men specifically are with someone who is not black, and nearly 1 in 3 are with a white British woman. The ONS released data in the 2021 census regarding couples by ethnicity in
Right. I wish we would have had the rest of that video because those stats were getting very, very interesting. Because I'm like, that's looking real bad. And people wanted to sit up there and talk about black men in the United States. Wild work. 1000% wild work. Let me sit up there and tell you something. That is diabolical and crazy. Like their numbers are looking crazy. Looking 1000% crazy. Jesus Christ. But like I said, people want to sit up there and talk about black American men and supposedly what it is that we're doing. D Money was like 53%. Yeah, like that's crazy. That is wild. That is diabolical. Black American men do not have numbers like that. We can't even hold a candle to any of that nonsense. Any of that nonsense at all. Like they had numbers in both high places. I'm like, yeah, okay. And like I said, Brother Umar at this moment in time, he's over there in the UK. Like they're having like a whole parade and walkthrough and everything of the sort. He's over there, preaching to the folks and whatnot or whatever. But you can't tell nobody nothing. Like I said, can't tell nobody nothing. Everybody is willing to believe anything negative when it deals with straight black men. Every single time. I kid you not. Kid you not. So now, let me see. Which one do I want to go directly with? Right? We'll do this one. We'll do a mix up. So this was a video here, right? You had about 3 to 4 black women. I got to see if I can go back to it really quickly here. Give me a quick second. See if I can get the clip here. I gotta roll directly down because I want to read the caption that they had directly for it. Oh no, that's the other video. That was the Jamaican parade. Let me see real quick. Let me see if I can find that as quick as possible. Also, much love, respect, and appreciation for all of those being directly here. Part of the live stream, the conversation, everything of the sort. Yo, why is it so tough to sit up there and find this clip? Do I really have to roll all the way back up? I think I do. Let me see how far. I might not roll too far up because I feel like it's going to take too long to get there. But basically what took place, what they said from what I can remember is that police were called on the black women that were at this business. It's like a wine, sipping type of thing. And they were treated badly. And the police were, in a sense, called directly on them. And this is pretty much the aftermath of what took place after, the call. So I turned up the volume because it was a little bit low. So here we go.
Individuals are cussing and causing a commotion.
We did not do that inside there.
Okay, that's what he's saying. So I'm here investigating.
We work for the police department too, so that's why I was just trying to see what is the crime. So we work for Memphis Police
if you work for the police department,
we work for Memphis Police.
I'm here and I have reasonable suspicion.
You have reasonable suspicion, but so your eyes on the story. You went in.
I'm not gonna. Okay.
You don't have to.
I'm gonna give you orders now. You're gonna listen. That's how this is gonna go.
You can get a lieutenant
I
out
need
here.
DLs from all three
You can
of
get a
you.
lieutenant out here.
Okay. I'm telling you right now, give me your DL or you will be placed under arrest.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Yes, because I'm about to take you into custody.
I'm gonna go get my DL, but you're not gonna walk up on me.
Oh my God.
And I'm requesting.
And we asked for, they asked for a supervisor.
Call the station lieutenant. Yeah. Because we didn't ask a question. But because he's Indian and because we're black and it's disrespectful. Oh my God.
Don't argue.
I need your We'll be there in the moment, Mama. Okay, if you're walking away. Okay, we'll be there in the moment. Because I'm this close to placing you in handcuffs. We'll be there in the moment. I want to upset you. We'll be there in a minute, okay, Mama? Hello, how are you?
Hey.
Hello. No, we're not being arrested. We're being threatened to be arrested. Brandy's out here with us, and she's recording. So, but he's not. He said we walk off, we will be charged with the. I don't even know what the. Hold on. Let me. We're not in here. You know what crimes are. We're not in the crime. Okay. But we came in. They said that we couldn't be seated because they were here before we got here. I said, hey, what's going on? They said that the tables are being reserved for a different type of party. We said, hey.
Okay, no.
Yeah, it is a lot.
Listen, I am asking you repeatedly to give me your DL. You are refusing to do so.
So, like I said, so when we got here, she said,
that's what's going to happen. If you don't obey law enforcement's orders,
he said, so I don't
we
know law enforcement. I don't work for the police department. Okay. So, anyway, when we get here, we asked, we said, hey, what's going on? Why can't we be seated over there? And he said, you know, per policy, we can only sit 6 at a time. We can say a table down, whatever. So we came again, we said, hey, they were going to sit down. We just got here. Where could we be seated at? That's when he said, leave and we're going to call the police. Hold on, let me speak. We're black, okay? Let's start there. I'm just being for real. We're black in Mississippi. We're not going to get in the car and pull off. So we can run the tag, and we work for the police department. We stayed here so you guys can know, yes, we were in there. We asked them questions about what was going on. We're not causing a disturbance. It's not illegal to say a curse word. It's not. We work for the police department. He came jumping out the car, give me the BL. This is an investigation of a disturbance. You can come out here and ask us to leave, and we're going to leave. We just didn't leave because he called. We can get placed on the AOA. Yeah, we don't have to come back here. We're aware of what's going on.
And he was.
Ready to arrest us.
I recorded everything.
It's in the car. I can give you my name, date of birth, and social. Okay. He's going to get you to write it down. We're just and I get it. But he was very assertive. And he didn't have to be assertive. He was rude. He went in there. For a lieutenant 3 times. Yeah, we asked for lieutenant 3 times.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry that happened.
And because we have
It's no, but that's beyond what he was doing. He walked up on her like he was going to slam her to the ground. That is unacceptable. Seriously.
Well, we have a
I'm standing down here and had to walk down.
My name is Tiffany.
I'm Brittany. Nice
to meet you. Nice to meet you.
What was your name?
Brandy. There's no reason, and there is not even a reason for y'all to get driver's license.
Yeah.
They were not. They were standing out here when he pulled up. I walked down from the ice cream shop just to see him coming out talking aggressive and turn my cameras on.
Okay. Well, so we get a call and we have to make sure that everything is okay, and that's why. And we have a record. And
this is Sip and Silo.
So there was a slight disagreement or whatnot, whatever that happened inside of the establishment. What's up, Bungani? What's up? What is up? And the 3 black women went outside because the police were called. And as the one black woman said, she was like, there's no, law against saying, a curse word. And again, as she established before, they work for the police. so they know a little bit more, when it deals with like the law and how everything is supposed to go versus the person who called. And you can already guess who's the one that sat up there and called. You can already, sit up there and guess. And you had the first cop who looked like one of the dudes from like Revenge of the Nerds, who pulled up there and was just all over the place. I need your IDs. This is that and the third. I was about to sit up there and arrest you because it looked like you were about to sit up and try to like run off and all this. I'm like, dog, you're doing too much. I'm like, I don't know who you're trying to showboat for or who you're trying to like do this whole thing for, but you're doing way too much for a situation that's not even called for all of that other type of stuff. And again, you got the white female cop there. She's actually listening, right? She's bending an ear and taking in what it is that the black women are stating, and she directly apologized. She was like, "Yo, I'm sorry that y'all had to go through that. I'm sorry, that happened and all that other type of stuff." And then she was going into the whole thing of why it is that they're there and why it is that they responded and all this other type of stuff. Like I said, man, it's crazy. But let's continue.
And so we're just making sure,
Right.
you know,
And
and
so
I'm
we
just
were-
that happened. Very, very sorry.
Yeah, that's I
It's
can't.
my first time ever having a run-in with you all.
So now that cop is about to come back.
And something like this,
But something like this,
I don't even want him back over here. He don't need to be back over here.
He's going to be.
I was trying to get my
Oh my God.
ID.
Okay.
I'm the primary officer here investigating this call.
I'm not even
okay?
talking to you. The way you walked up
Okay.
on that young lady, please.
The way I
talk to
walked up
them.
on her.
Yes, you did. I have it on video.
I was
we
about to
recorded
place
it.
her in handcuffs because she was refusing me.
She had no reason to
give
even
me her
give you
DL.
her DL.
Yes, she does because
She was
I'm
standing
not
out here.
Okay.
It's fine. Let him have the floor.
Yeah, yeah.
Give him the
So
floor.
instead of putting her in handcuffs,
Hold on, let me record this.
I did her a favor and did not do that. So
The
yes,
only
I
reason
walked up
you
on her.
stepped down is
Okay.
because these people came up. That is the only
And then
reason.
because we requested for
That's
a
cool.
lieutenant 3
That's
times.
yeah, over and over while you were walking away. She comes over here. You were acting like she was gonna pull something out of her bag.
Are you involved in this? Do you need?
Oh, I'm involved. As soon as you came out yelling,
Uh-huh.
and I'm sitting here.
Yes, it's on video.
It's on video.
Okay. Cool. All right, so Miss Sellers, you have been banned from this business. You're not allowed to come back. If you come back, you will be arrested for trespassing. Okay, you're free to go, ma'am. Miss Wilson, same goes for you.
I would never come back
You've
here.
been banned from this business.
Not a problem.
You come back, you'll be arrested for trespassing.
Never come back.
Okay,
Terrible
thank
service.
you. We're still waiting on this.
Terrible
next
customer
information.
service.
See, they living a birthday party. Like, this is my mother's birthday. And we don't even come to this line. We were never was the last option.
What was the wrong thing?
So we had questions about statistics, and so we called yesterday and asked about guns, and we had to make reservations.
Okay, thank you. Miss Smith, you have also been banned from this business. If you come back, you'll be arrested for trespassing. All of you are free to go if you'd wish to do so. If not, you can wait to speak with the lieutenant if you wish to do so. Okay. I mean, if they want to come.
So let me just again, the dude is doing too much. Like he's just trying to like act like he's running a whole show and like he's like this big dude out there. I'm like, dog, the moment in time that the black woman started talking to the other officer where he was like, yo, let me know, what happened and how this whole thing started. Here come this dude walking right back over there. You ma'am, you've been trespassed as well. Again, talking all loud for no reason. Like what you already said that they've been trespassed. Why are you sitting up there reiterating this again? And why are you sitting up there talking loud the moment in time that one of the other officers there wanted to know from them what specifically happened? Like what? Like now you being like a full on weirdo. Now you're just doing too much. You could have went back to the squad car while they're talking to the other officers, but no, you don't want to sit up there and do that. You still want to be there acting like you're running the show and everything of the sense. Yo, what is up, Mr. Cardenas? What is up? What is up? What is up?
I'm gonna check with them, see if because I don't.
It was just a crime scene, and he was calling, and they were like, "No, we're Memphis PD. We don't have to give your license. There's no crime scene. Nothing has happened." She was standing over to the side.
I was trying to unzip my bag.
You call Lieutenant.
You want me to call Lieutenant?
Yeah, just because he called me. Just say what do you need. If you don't
Sure.
care.
All right. Did you want me to tell you the deal with them?
I'll come over in a
pursue
second.
charges?
I'll
Okay.
come over in a second. Yeah, I appreciate it, buddy.
No problem.
So, Green, are you just a supervisor?
I am.
Okay.
So we asked for a lieutenant. So and he wouldn't.
So
We get
right
the chain
now,
of command.
yeah, absolutely, and but so there's two of us on. And it's big.
Where did you park? Where did you ride? Oh, I'm riding with you.
Like I said, that whole situation was crazy. That everything that dude was doing, he was just doing way too much. He was doing way too much for no reason at all, just because there were other officers out there. He wanted to try to showboat and act like he was running the show and all this other. He ain't even a white shirt or nothing. Like, dog, you basic. You just a normal cop up out here. That's it. But like I said before, these dudes, they real brave when they got like a badge on. When folks ain't sitting up there wearing a badge and no got a badge, they not that brave. They're not trying to be as assertive. They're not talking about, oh, I was about to do this. I actually gave you an assist. I actually helped you out because I could have cuffed you. I could have put you in cuffs. Took you downtown, but I opted not to do that. I was feeling generous today. Let's go downtown so we can get a lawsuit real quick. Let's do that. We can do that. But like I said, why would you take somebody who works for the police downtown? Why would you arrest them? Why would you try to escalate it past the point of where it was that there was no need for escalation, or for anybody to be handcuffed like that? That doesn't make any type of sense. Doesn't make any type of sense at all. Like I said, man, hey, and people wonder. Like I keep reiterating, people wonder why it is that the black community don't like the cops. This is clear cut why. But like I said before, nothing's going to be done about this up until it affects white people. When it starts affecting, white folks, more and more and more, and it gets to a level where it's like, yo, it's apparent that there's a problem, that's when things will change. That's when things will happen. Up until that point, nothing's going to happen. Nothing's going to happen. Like I said, that's why he's clear cut acting like that, because he knows that he has a whole bunch of protections. He knows that it's going to be the same exact thing that they always say directly on the news. If anything happens, like, oh, they were doing their job. We found it. We investigated ourselves. We found no wrongdoing. The officers were, within the boundaries of what it was that they were instructed and trained to specifically do. Even if anybody was hurt or wounded, it still wasn't a fault of the officers. It's a fault of something, but it's not the officers that are there to keep up the oath and and everything that comes directly with it. Yeah. Like I said, yo, it's diabolical. It's diabolical. Some people said that white people comply. Really now? I mean, I do have videos of a white boy directly in a fast food restaurant. He was fighting with 3 to 4 officers. He wasn't complying at all, and he was denying them arresting him. It took about 3 to 4 officers to get that dude directly on the ground. But you guys always talk about, the reason, actually, the reason why this doesn't happen to whites is because whites comply and they lick the boots and the belts of the law oath keepers, and actually we back the blue and thin blue line, and actually, yeah, we know. We get it. We get it. You be licking on all of the leather when it deals with the cops. We get it. We get it. Like that's crazy to me. Y'all be the main ones up here so hype that y'all be all over the nightsticks of these officers, and they be sitting up there going through your communities, brutalizing you and your kids, doing no knock raids. They be sitting up there suffocating and abusing your drug addicts on the streets that are zombified because they are ODing. They're one step in life and one step in death. But like I said, y'all don't say nothing. Y'all don't do nothing. Y'all don't be doing nothing. What was that? You said I was threatened by a cop to was that supposed to be my name? Something into I need you to write English. I don't even know what that is. Somebody somebody get the Rosetta Stone. Somebody get the Babylon tablet and decipher this directly for me. Let me know that. And I did say decipher like that on purpose, because like I said, this got my brain hurting. What is that? What did you write there? What did you write? What is that? What is that? And then you said I front lick no man's boots. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Somebody in the comment section said my drug addicts. I mean, if it apply, it's going to land exactly where it lands. So I guess it's at your feet. Yes, you. Yes. If you're saying you're drug addicts, yes, I'm talking about you. If I'm not talking about you, you don't know of any drug addicts, and they're not of your family or your community, then obviously I'm not talking about you. But you replied, so we must be talking about you. It'd be like that. So, you know, You said D Love said I think they said push me into traffic. Like I said, your guess is better than mine. Slick Tom said the meth and the opioid heads. Yep. D Money says sorry, but he's been detained in the abyss. Should have complied. Oh, yeah, that's wild. Yo, that's wild. That is wild. D Love was like, I think that's what it said. Yeah, I mean, I guess we will never know because he, only, no one in space can hear him now. It's the man is out there. He's gone. He's a goner now. It be like that sometimes. It be like that sometimes. I try to sit up there and save people, but it'd be like that. Uh, let me see. What was it? Wait, what you say? You said I was pushing the traffic if I didn't turn by the way I'm a female. I mean, couldn't tell by the way that writing was. I didn't know. I thought you were like, going through like a drunken stupor. That was tough. I don't know if that was text to speech or if it was like two left thumbs. That was wild for me. But yeah, it's tough. But like I said, I'm guessing since you said that you're a female, I'm guessing that you have to be a non-black female, which more than likely means that chances are very great that you're white. And I've covered videos dealing with white women before. You said I don't do drugs at all. I mean that I mean, hey, I mean that's cool, but you got other people that are more than likely. Do you live in a white community? Let me know that because you seem to be actually responding fairly quickly. So the live stream must be up to speed on your end. Let me know. Do you live in a white community? Because I'm not really believing that you live in a black community. You said that you don't. Are you a white woman? Let me know. Like I said, this is the quickest I've ever had somebody be able to reply. As soon as talking, might be like a 5 to 10 second delay, but that's not bad. So you are a white woman, but you said that you don't live in a white community. So what community do you live in? What community is that? You said it's mixed. So I'm guessing that you live in a metropolitan area where it's multicultural, I said diverse. Diverse. That's what I'm guessing. So you've never seen. Wait, you're half white and Indian in Arkansas. How did we get there? Yo, what? Yo, that's wild. That is wild. I have so many things I can say about that at this moment in time. I understand and I know how we got there. Now, do you mean Indian as in Native American, or do you mean Indian as in from India? Because you also say you in Arkansas. That's yeah, you. Woo, that's far out there. Let me tell you something. Somebody said a black neighborhood maybe, but a black community does not exist. I mean, I guess, because I mean, you got Asian communities. I can point to Asian communities. I can point to Jamaican communities, Haitian communities, Italian communities, Jewish communities, Polish communities. You said in a rough place. You said that you are Native. Okay, so you said that you're Native American and you're also white. That is very interesting there. That That is very interesting. So you haven't seen. Well, firstly, hold on, wait. If you're Native American, then you should know about the drug use and the alcohol that happens directly on the reservations, then, and the poor conditions that are there, right? You should know about that because they got some small documentaries about that. You should know about that. So even if you haven't specifically seen, okay, so technically we're still within like the same area. So all right, you might not have seen white folks, drugged out doing zombie walks and whatnot, but I'm pretty sure you've sat up there and seen, your own people. I mean, it'd be like that. It'd be like that. That's tough. Uh, that's the United States government for you. That's the best they got for you. That is the best I got directly for you on that one. Can't give you nothing else. That's tough. That is tough. That is tough. You said I just don't like why cops mistreat people. I mean, it's gonna be like that. 100%. It is gonna directly be like that. Up until these situations and problems, um, primarily affect white communities. It be like that. You know. Uh, I can't specifically tell you how the police have treated Native Americans during the uh, quote unquote Obama administration, but I can sit up there and state that I've covered videos dealing with the fact that during this administration, you've had quote unquote Siberian Native Americans and many others that ICE has gone directly after. And you've also had quote unquote Native Americans that have decided that they wanted to also either side or vote Republican. So there's that. That's another layer directly to that whole situation of police brutality and mistreatment that you're referring to. And this is why I try to tell people, I'm like, hey, depending on the community that everybody's directly from, y'all need to start talking to your own folks. If you didn't specifically had a nice amount of folks that sat up there and said that they will vote for Donald Trump, you got to be looking at your people sideways because they specifically enacted and allowed a lot of this stuff to sit up there and take place and happen. So that's some wild work. That is 100% wild work. But like I said, things would be different if y'all actually had your own police, up out there, you know, uh, going through the reservations and everything in a sense, maybe things would be a little bit different. Maybe things would be a little bit different. But as stated before, they got y'all hooked on drugs and alcohol and keeping y'all pretty much destitute so y'all won't move and do nothing else. Slowly but surely getting rid of whoever is basically left, quote unquote. So hey, it's some wild work. Like I said, I done seen people sitting up there fighting on reservations and doing all types of stuff. I'm like, man, I didn't even know it was like that out there. I'm like, I thought everything was good. I thought, everybody had some good living and everything in a sense. And I was incorrect. 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 That's some wild work. Let me see. What was it? Pink said, "Oh my God, I will vote. I will vote for no." Yeah, that was a song. That the greatest song ever in existence. Let me tell you, that is the greatest song. I'm not even sure if they can even make a remix of that. Like I said, some crazy work. Diabolical. So now we're going to go to another video, right? Which is this one.
Is a lot of immigrants come here and they want to say we're doing better than you and we're da-da-da-da, and that's just simply not
Same
true,
to you as
number
well.
one.
Take care.
And number two, I want to say it's like a new money outlook. Ethnic Black Americans, I have no idea why people come here just because they're born here think that they're the same as people who whose ancestors' bones are buried in here and created this country. It's not the same. And I want to talk about something, this new money attitude. Like, well, we're doing better than you, which is weird, first of all, because
So let me just say that she's giving a response to the Africans and the Haitians and the many others who I've showcased directly on this platform, where they want to pull up to the scene and they want to start going at Black Americans, like, oh, us Nigerians, we in here, and we're doing better than you Black Americans. We're making more money. We got more homes. We got land. We're driving better cars. We're more successful. We got better jobs and we're more educated. We're this and we're that. I'm like, dog, you sitting up here making it seem like it's a billion of y'all directly up over here and y'all just really doing something. Y'all don't even, as Nigerians, y'all don't got anywhere close to the population of Black Americans. And you're trying to make a compare and contrast. For the other folks out there, y'all don't even really got a population like Black Americans, and y'all trying to do a compare and contrast of the few of y'all against the many of us that is directly here. And this is why I keep sitting up here saying that I don't care whatever good or whatever money that they sitting up there making. Black Americans been made those strides before they even existed up over here. Like I said, we had a young Black girl that had to be, she was so rich and wealthy because of the oil that was on the land that they had to brand her as white. Do you understand what that means? Understand what that means? You had a young girl that had land that was oil rich, and she was a millionaire at such a young age with so much wealth and money that they had to basically consider her white. That's how crazy it is. And you know the crazy part is the story of that young girl. They actually did a movie on, but they ended up having I think it was like a young African girl basically play. I'm like, how do we do this? Like, why do they always get these African British actors to sit up there and play Black American roles? Like, that's the thing that's annoying. That's the thing that doesn't make any type of sense. And these are the same folks that be like, well, I went to the Juilliard, and, I went to here and there, and, I'm very, progressive in my art and my work. And I'm very focused, in comparison to the Black Americans, and everything. I don't have a victim, mentality. Like, yo, come on, dog. I need y'all to just play y'all roles and play y'all stories. That's it. Like, that's all y'all gotta sit up here and do. It's no reason, like I say, y'all got me with Idris Elba when it dealt with Stringer Bell from like The Wire. Like I said, for the longest time that literally caught me until I actually heard his voice. I'm like, this dude he's British? Like, you, huh? and then what was the other brother name? Lyndon Leroy Lyndon Roy. Y'all know what I'm talking about. The brother off of Crooklyn. He was also the older guy in what's the name of the movie with Ryan Coogler and Michael B. Jordan. I can't even give you the name of the movie, but some people, yeah, Lindo, yeah. That threw me for a loop too when I found out he was British. I'm like, word. I'm like, that's wild. I'm like, you gotta be kidding me. I'm like, yo, it's just like it's like Among Us. It's like so, but with Lindo, I don't even got a problem with him. That like I can sit up there and say when it like deals with him, and I didn't listen to the conversations and stuff that he's had. I don't got a problem with him. Like I said, I still love him as the father from like Crooklyn. That was the first role that I ever sat up there and like and saw him in and whatnot. So I look at him sort of like Uncle Phil and Carl Winslow and and everything in the sort when it deals with quote unquote the representation of like black fathers and whatnot. So like I said, got one person directly to the side. But like the rest of these folks, yeah, nah, doing too much. It's just like I said, it's doing too much. It's feeling like an invasion at this moment in time. Doing too much. But let me, yeah, thank you, Delroy Lindo. I think it was Linda or Lindo. Yeah. But like I said, no, but that's what I'm saying. D Money, like I said, for me, he's different. Like I said, I technically I grew up with the dude. Again, and as I'm older, heard conversations. that he's, specifically had, and how it is that he talked about, like black Americans and everything, in the sense, like I said, for me, I didn't find anything, problematic, at least from the conversations that, he's had and whatnot or whatever. But a lot of these other UK British actors, I got problems because, like I said, they talking, they saying stuff that they just shouldn't be saying, and it's like we're the reason that y'all even got those roles. Going back to who I showcased before, where what's the brother's name? um Morpheus from the Matrix. His wife, I think she was like quote unquote like Afro Latina whatnot, and she got online talking about that she was mad that she always had to basically take roles of be a black woman or representation of a black woman. That's not what she wanted. I'm like, during those times, like in the 90s and the 2000s, what did you think it was? They weren't about to specifically like show you off. They don't even sit up there and do that for you over, where it is that you're a part of. So it's like the roles were specifically made and written directly for black American women. You just so happen to be there, but because you wanted to be an actor so bad, you decided to take those roles, and now you want to sit up there and complain about it after those roles pretty much made your career. That's the reason that anybody even knows who it is that you are. Like I said, that's crazy. Like I said, you got so many people out here that are ungrateful. Black Americans open up, regardless on if people know it or not, Black Americans open up so many doors for a lot of people just for them to turn around and be just so ungrateful. Like, it's ridiculous out here. That's 1000% ridiculous. Like, I kid you not. It's wild work out here. Yo, what's up, Sagwan? What's up? What's up? What is going on? What is happening? So let's continue.
You came here. This is a new money, and it's a primitive way of looking at life, okay? And it's okay because everybody's different in the evolutionary journey in life. But to come here and be like, oh, we're doing better because you have status and titles is a primitive way of looking at life. First of all, ethnic Black America has been getting status and titles since the 1800s. We're two and a half centuries ahead of you, and that's the weird part, that 2 centuries ahead of you guys in that. But I digress. Black Americans have evolved past that. I'm not saying we don't need doctors or engineers or attorneys. We have that, and we need more, absolutely, for
Yeah.
the productivity of our community. However, why I'm saying that is that I'm a very ambitious person. I'm an entrepreneur. And so, but I haven't chose peace and freedom. And what you guys think America is not what we think America is. You guys, we keep telling you we're not like you. We're not like you guys. We are Americans. We created America. Everything you see in America has us somewhere in there. Our ancestors are buried here. Our great 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 grandparents are buried here. We're not like you guys. And
Yep.
so America is not what you think. You guys think it's about title and status and getting an opportunity that you never had back in your home country. For us, it's about freedom. For the ethnic Black American, and I would venture to say most Americans who've been here for at least 5, 6, 7, 8 generations, it's about freedom. And you guys don't understand that. Freedom means that, for me, I'm a very ambitious person, but I didn't want to follow my parents' ways. My parents did things in a very professional manner, which a lot of immigrants follow. Like, my parents were like, you should be an attorney or a doctor or whatever. And that's how my family is. Like, they went to the best colleges. I went to an excellent college, and they promoted that. But that's an old way of thinking for ethnic Black America, because we were coming out of the trenches and we wanted to protect ourselves. However, the new generation, because we've evolved past that, is different. And a lot of people have understood this. And this is what I'm going to say. For Black America, Black Americans, we want peace and we want freedom. That's what America means to us. Title and status are great, bragging, showing off or whatever, but that's not the heart of what Black America wants. The heart of Black America, for the most part, wants freedom and peace of mind. And in America, money equals freedom. So a lot of us go after money, not for what you guys want. You want to get the money and the status to brag and to get self-esteem and to feel like you're better than people and to feel like you paid your parents back for the sacrifices they made to get here. That's not the same reason we want it. Now, some people in our community want that, but for the most part, we want it for freedom. We want to be able to do what we want. We want to have our day back. And some people have found that for them to be a UPS driver, a bus driver, a janitor, something simple, but you're going to get your 401k benefits. You're going to be able to go see your family after you leave. You're not going to be stressed out or have headache. That's freedom. That's freedom to them. So they don't want all that extra stuff because guess what? We understand that you guys haven't figured out yet. All of that stuff is stressful. Every time you want to move up in life and get to certain things, there's a lot of stress that comes with it, and there's a lot of non-peace that comes with that. And Black Americans, you guys came after everything, after the war was done. We fought the war, and you guys came after there's an ability to become certain things without having to fight a huge war where your children and your families are bombed and your whole cities. So you guys came after everything is peaceful on certain levels now. That's not being better. That is actually being unappreciative, ungrateful, and a disgusting person.
So let me just correct her real quick because I don't want nobody to get confused. Because that when she was explaining, she did say Black Americans, but she meant Africans, right? So she got the words confused. That's why she was saying that after everything that took place and happened, that Black Americans, fought for, had to go through, struggle, the many, trenches and all this other type of stuff that we had to deal with. Here comes the Africans dealing with the aftermath when everything is basically cleaned up. There is no, real type of struggle. You don't really got to fight for nothing. They're walking on easy street on top of the fact that they got a clean slate. And the United States is also going to prop them up as these stopgaps in order to, stop or hinder the movement of, Black Americans and to do this and to do that and everything of the sort.
To come over here once we have cleared the land for you and we have created a safe space, and then to be like, well, we're doing this because we're better because we're making a way. When we made that way, when it wasn't peaceful, we had doctors in the middle. We had people walking down the street in the 1800s, walking past swinging bodies, going to become who are doctors and attorneys, knowing that that might be their fate because they wanted to be a doctor and attorney. You're not better than us because you came after we fought and that had that bravery and that fortitude and that intelligence and that drive and that grace. And then you come here after we do it all and then have the despicable way of saying and fixing your lips to be like, well, we're doing better. No, you're not. We just did it 200 years ago. We did it before you were even thinking about it. That being said, people now want peace. We know what it takes to get where we want to go. We have huge dreams, but some of us are like, you know what? I want peace. This is a Buddhist, this is a very Christian, this is a very spiritual way of looking at things. Do I want this or do I want peace? Do I want freedom or do I want peace? And a lot of Black Americans are choosing peace, and there's 40-something million of us, and some of us are choosing to go that road, and that's why you see so much success with us. That's why we're the most successful group in the entire racial category of so-called Negro. We are the most successful ones. Besides that, I remember, I'm never going to forget, and this is what Black America wants. I remember getting on this bus a long time ago in New York, and I was talking to this bus driver, and I saw him every day because I was going to work. And I was like, oh, why don't you start this? Why don't you start that? And he said, I don't want to do that. And I was like, oh, why don't you want to get this and why don't you want to get that? He's like, he's like, I come to work every day. He said, and he said, I come to work every day. He said, and when I pick up my shift and I get off my shift, he said, I don't have to think about my shift when I leave. I don't think about nothing about this job. He said, I get to go sit with my family and I get to have peace and I have my 401k. I can take care of my family. I go home, I go to my house and I take care of my wife and my kids and I sit and I enjoy my family. And he was like, and that's what I want. And that's peaceful. And he's so right. And that's the American dream in a lot of ways for a lot of people. They can comfortably take care of their family and they have peace and they have freedom. to love who they want to love, to be who they want to be without carrying this load of stress and trying to brag and trying to be this and try to be that and trying to flex and try to whatever. Y'all are new money. We know what we can do. We know what we can have. But what we're choosing is peace or freedom. Some of us are going to choose ambition and all that stuff. But the reason we're choosing ambition is because it's 200 years old for us and even longer. The first attorney was in 1837 for us. The first doctor, I think, was 1847. Y'all, please look it up. We're almost at 2027. So we're almost 200 years into this. We want different things. We don't owe anybody anything. Our ancestors already paid the price. Some of us want peace of mind and a simple life. Some of us want the stars and want to go to the highest level. Some of us, are just trying to get through trauma passed down over and over and over again for fighting a war and winning it to some degree, more so than y'all in your home countries. And some of us are going through all three. We're not the same. Stop lumping us together. We don't want what you want. We're on Maslow's hierarchy, and most of us are trying to figure out our spiritual journey and our purpose in life. And if our purpose means playing with leaves and discovering what leaves mean to the society and environment, then that's what we're going to do, because we're free.
Yep.
We're free. And for us, freedom is doing whatever the fuck we want. And it doesn't mean trying to impress some motherfuckers back in a country that we're not from. We are from America. It means trying to impress ourselves and our souls and our spirit and trying to figure out what is our purpose here and what are we trying to do and what gives us the most peace and freedom. And you guys have about a few generations before you get there.
Bars.
God bless.
Facts. Everything. She did not miss a note. And this goes back into what I said previously before I played the video. Anything that these Africans are talking about they're doing here in these United States, we already did it before them. We been did it. We already got footprints like cemented. Just like how, they got the Hollywood Walk of Fame. You got the same thing with Black Americans. There is not an area in these states or cities that Black Americans have not touched and done something already in. And they're not the first to sit up there and do it. Because if you think that you're the first, you might want to look up the history directly on those states and cities and see what black folks resided there, what towns and cities resided there before they were burnt down and turned into ash or paved directly over and all this other type. Like I said, man, we all over this place. Again, they're just getting here. But this is why I sit up there and talk about, this is why I sit up there and say that, a lot of these folks, we don't got no teammates when it deals with these other folks out here. There's no type of real partnership out here. A lot of these folks are treacherous, especially when it deals with a lot of these Africans. Even Africans are having conversations talking about how other Africans have this type of nature to backstab one another. And we're supposed to ally. We're supposed to have a kinship or a friendship with people that backstab their own people back at home, where it's already bad enough as it is, and they're trying to run and flee and do this, that. Yeah, no. Mm-mm. Like I said, you already seen what was happening when you got the black man running a watermelon stand from like a tent from the back of his truck, and then you had them folks pulling up to the scene trying to see what he's doing, trying to get ready to try to run him up out of that spot. Like I said, this is what they all do. They might all be from different places and talk different languages, but when it deals with Black Americans, they all move the exact same way. They're all going to treat Black Americans the exact same way. Like I said, it's crazy work out here, man. 100%. So now we're gonna go to this other video. I didn't fully listen to this video yet. While the video was playing that y'all are watching, put some captions directly up and whatnot, and download the video so that we can actually look at this one together. I'm trying to get this real quick right there.
Fleeing is not a bad thing. And I'm not just saying that because I'm an immigrant myself, but United States.
So again, he's an immigrant, and he already said that fleeing is not a bad thing. Keep going.
Would not be United States if folks didn't flee Europe. Let's start there. No matter how long ago it happened, folks wouldn't have had a better chance, even though some felt that, we should have stayed in the South and built up the South. Folks fled to what we call
Hold on, let me just pause real quick. Let me just do a quick little edit. I gotta put up the volume for that because I didn't realize that it had music. So just before we end up having some technical difficulties and some problems, just give me a quick second. I would love to know where this dude is. I'm just looking at the hair. I'm taking heat. Well, technically, it's a little bit difficult. I want to almost say that the dude's probably African. I'm just looking at the hairline and whatnot. But um, it's crazy to sit up there and say that it is okay to sit up there and flee. But it's like, how is it okay to flee? But then at the same time, you sitting up there running from your homeland, but you say that you're proud of your homeland. How are you proud of something that you ran away from? How are you proud of something where people that look just like you are running the whole system, but yet they are actively affecting you in such a negative way or hindering you so that you and the rest of your people can't even sit up there and make it? I'm a little bit confused. I'm highly confused on that. Like that doesn't even make any type of sense. And then you want to sit up there and preach how proud you are to be from this, that, and the third. At least at one point in time, like I said, I got my disagreements directly. I can disagree and I can have some agreements with certain people. And I've talked about Burna Boy directly on this channel and the things that he has stated. But the one thing that I can respect that he stated that he was honest about on a podcast was that he had a severe dislike about being Nigerian. He was not okay, yeah, that's louder. Okay, so we got all that music directly up out of there. Um he stated how he was not proud to be a Nigerian and how that was something not to be, proud of amongst other Nigerians, especially if they moved abroad, and how it is that he himself was emulating Black Americans because he saw how proud it is that we are of ourselves, right? What it is that we got to go through and face, and what it is that we have went through and faced directly in this country, and how it is that we stand tall. We still, love ourselves. We still love our melanation and everything of the sort. And he absorbed that and took that directly in, along with then later on with whatever took place and happened, let's say like the 2000s or whatnot. Then he started becoming proud of being Nigerian because now that was the thing to sit up there and do and all this other type of stuff. Like I said, man, like people want to always make it, they want to try to play Black Americans and make it seem like we're not a blueprint or something. Yes, we are. We're the reason that you got a lot of folks out here taking pride in who it is that they are. Case in point, even going back and looking at the first Black Panther movie. That movie was so strong by itself before and during the time that it came out. Within that first few months, you had white folks out there making wild claims and lies online, talking about, Black people are threatening whites, and telling them that it's not okay for them to watch the Black Panther film because it's for Blacks only, and that if they show up, then some violence is going to sit up there and occur. That stuff never happened. It never happened. That's why they can never bring up videos of it happening. The movie was so strong that you have folks of other ethnicities walking in and watching the film in their natural cultural garbs. That's how strong Black Americans are. That's the Midas touch that we got. That's the type of wave that we have. And this is why when it is that we have stories that have some positivity to it, that are showcasing Black folks moving a certain type of way that's not the stereotypical, this is why they always have to add somebody white in there. If you don't believe me, go back and look at the story of Coming to America and how it is that movie was not going to get the green light unless they added, I just had his name too, Louis Anderson, who was an actor during that time. And they specifically stated that if that movie did not have somebody white in it, it was not going to get the funding or the green light to basically go through. And I'm like, that's wild. And then I look at Black Panther, and then I look at Agent Coulson, right? And I look at all this other type of stuff. Like I said, when you look at whenever there's like a Black film where Black people are shown in a positive light, they always throw somebody in there of either another ethnicity to quote unquote be the lead on why it is that they won and they're able to do the things that they're able to do, or they'll just make sure to put somebody white in there in a position of being some type of savior. Like I said, crazy work, diabolical work, 100% diabolical work. So now I do have I got the video real quick. Let me just take this one down and let me put the other one up. So this one actually has more volume directly to it.
Fleeing is not a bad thing. And I'm not just saying that because I'm an immigrant myself, but United States would not be United States if folks didn't flee Europe. Let's start there. No matter how long ago it happened, folks wouldn't have had a better chance, even though some felt that, we should have stayed in the South and built up the South. Folks fled to what we call the North. They called it the Great Migration.
So let me just, because I'm not sure what he's going to say in the rest of the video, but notice how he's talking about Europeans fleeing Europe, and he's not explaining how they basically got here. Originally, a lot of these Europeans, they got here because Europe wanted to quote unquote cleanse their blood. I keep repeating this time and time again, but Europeans wanted to cleanse their bloodlines and they wanted to clean off their land, their jails, and their prisons. So they made a lot of these prisoners and whatnot into sailors. Like, so they turned a lot of their worst into explorers and gave them the license to do whatever it is they wanted to do around the world, and got them up out of Europe, because it was like, they're just going to fall off the side of the planet, or they're going to get lost, or they're never going to make it back. Some of them did, quite a few of them did actually make it back, to the dismay of of the UK and everybody else. But again, that's how America started. They sent their worst of the worst over here. They didn't send their best and their brightest over here to the United States. They sent like killers. They sent those who are doing acts against the family. They sent the ones who sit up there and beat their wives. They sent the murderers. They sent the thieves, right? And other worst types of individuals here in these United States. This is how they were able to sit up there and take the land. They didn't earn it. They didn't work together and forge through whatever they needed to forge through in order to sit up there and get this. They sat up there and chameleon their way into this land. And then once they had the knowledge that they needed in order to live on this land comfortably, they sat up there and started eliminating the natives to the point of extinction. And then after eliminating the natives, who are the true Americans, they then decided to create their own laws and rules and created a book, the Dawes Rolls, where they lined up in a variety of these places and areas where these natives lived, and then that's how they proceeded to be. Oh, I'm Choctaw, I'm Cherokee, I'm this, I'm Blackfoot, and I'm all this other stuff. How are you these things when your bloodline reads European? How is that possible? How are you native to a land that you were never even from to begin with? But like I said, this dude ain't gonna sit up there and put none of that information directly up in there. He ain't gonna talk about none of that. He was like, fleeing is not a bad thing, and this, that, and the third. All right. Fleeing is a bad thing when people don't want to assimilate to the culture. When you decide to flee and then you want to still sit up there and flag bang your flag from your home country, basically saying that you're still a loyalist to your country, that's a problem. You're a double agent. You like I said before, if you feel that, probably you should realistically, in a sense, go. If you're African and you flag banging out here, you need to sit up and go back to Africa. And that's just as real as I can sit up here and say, because like I said, that's crazy to me. And then not only are you sitting up there flag banging on U.S. soil, right? You waving your nation's flag, trying to say that your nation is better than the United States. You're also doing this in front of the face and into the face of Black Americans, who paved the way for a lot of y'all to sit up there and be here and do the things that y'all are even able to do at this moment in time. Like I said, the type of disrespect is egregious. But let's continue.
Word migration. So people got to help me out. When you say the word flee as if it's a bad word, you got to go a little deeper, because the last time I checked, folks flee as we speak, or fleeing, present tense, bad neighborhoods for the suburbs.
It's not the same
Same
thing.
country. You shouldn't have to flee anywhere. Same country, same government.
That's not the same thing. We're not talking about Africans deciding that, oh, okay, I'm going to flee Nigeria and I'm going to like Kenya or Zimbabwe or Sudan or Somalia or something. We're no, 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 no. See, you're trying to mix two things that are not the same thing at all. We're dealing with the fact that we're up against a system of which that is the causation, the catalyst for a lot of problems within the black community, bringing drugs, crack cocaine, and methamphetamines and everything of the sort, trafficking, guns. And I've gone over stories before where in some black communities, you've had people basically talking about that unmarked vans with military grade armaments were just randomly dropped off in the black community. Right. I showed off another story. I think it might have been in Chicago where you had an 18 wheeler that was full of Nike shoes that was just left in the hood out of all places. That 18 wheeler could have just parked and been left unattended. The 18 wheeler that was full of hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of Nikes was just left there. And I told people before, I'm like, that was a setup in order to catch black people in that community, in that impoverished community, which they know that those people are starving, they're hungry, they barely got anything. So whatever it is that's nice that they can happen to get, and it's just there, they're going to happen to go for it because they're in survival mode because they barely got anything to begin with. So yeah, you got some folks that probably stole the shoes to sit up there and wear them because they probably couldn't sit up there and get no brand new shoes because of the situations that they're in. Or you probably had some people stole the shoes so that they can sell them to get some money directly from those shoes so that they can do what it is that they need to sit up there and do. But like I said, all those situations are set up and they were deliberately placed in the black community in order to start a trap. Like I said, you don't hear of these things happening in other communities where you got people just placing drugs there, people just sitting up there having unmarked 18 wheelers full of goods and products and all this other type of stuff. Or better yet, the best example that I have and I had a showcase of and I had a video where during the protest, right? Magically during every single black protest, they would always put a fresh pallet of bricks. Somebody would have to explain that to me. There is no work being done anywhere in that area, but magically it was a fresh pallet of bricks that would be lying right there. Who did that? Black Americans didn't do that. I don't even know black Americans who even, I'm not saying that we don't have brick companies, brick making companies, but I'm like, what black American companies are just putting down bricks during protest? I can't sit up there and list or name me one. Then on top of that, there was a group of white kids packed into a car. I'm talking about like a little sedan or whatever it was, and they saw a group of black folks, or maybe might have been a diverse group, and then the one or the few black people in there, these white kids had the brick, and it was like, yo, man, you can sit up there, you could take this. Why are you trying to hand them a brick? What are you trying to do? What are you trying to sit up there and insinuate? Like I said, you got all of these agents directly out there trying to be a catalyst, trying to sit up there and formulate some type of problem so that the police, the National Guard, or the United States government will sit up there and be a response. And I keep trying to sit up there and tell people this, just like I told people before during those protests, a good 90+%, I'm talking about in the highest, I'm talking about like some 98% of the protests that were happening during that time when it dealt with the police brutality, the BLM, and all that other type of stuff. In the highest percentile, those protests were peaceful. But that's not what they showed you. What did they keep doing? They kept regurgitating, they kept slicing and remixing the exact same protest, slicing up this different footage and all this other type of stuff of these agents of chaos that were doing this, that, and the third. A building or a restaurant got burned down, or you got somebody looting here and whatnot. That did not encompass every single protest that was happening. But like I said, it was for monetization purposes when it deals with white mainstream media. This is what they like to sit up there and do because this is how they can make the greatest amount of money. They can't make money sitting up there talking about white on white crime. Advertisers ain't trying to sit up there and pay 2,000, 1,000, whatever it is to put commercials before, after, and in between on those stories. They'll be like, I ain't sitting up there paying you to sit up there and talk about our people like this. We ain't doing that. But what we're going to do is let us know when you got some blacks up there and you got some negative stories about them, like, some drug dealers, gangbangers, some shoot 'em up, bang, bang. Let us know when you got that, and then we'll be back for, to throw some advertising. We'll put some R Van up there. We'll put some, I got to go back old school. We'll put some Radio Shack up there, some Best Buy, some Circuit City. We'll put some JP Morgan and Chase. We'll put some Hathaway and Brookshire, directly up there or whatnot or whatever like that. That's when they sit up there and do all this stuff so that they can, make the most money and recoup and all this other type of stuff. Like I said, it's a whole bunch of nonsense. And he's trying to sit up here and say, well, black Americans, they flee from he's starting to sound real conservative. Well, black Americans, they flee from the hoods. They move to the suburbs. I'm like, how stupid do you like this is the type of rhetoric, like I said, this is like that conservative Republican type of talk where people think that they're really sounding very, very, very smart, right? And what these dummies don't understand is that you have black communities that are middle class. You got black communities that are very nice. Like you got different grades of black communities. But these dummies out here don't know nothing about that because all they know is the stereotype. Because chances are that's all he actually lives by and that's all he actually knows. Now, me on the other hand, I grew up in I say like a fairly, middle class, type of thing. It was in between, the hood and where I was. That was it. Right? Normally, if you happen to see the hood, you'll sit up there and see, some houses that might be, abandoned, burnt down, all that other type of stuff, boarded up. You might see some vacant lot. Like I said, I'm just speaking directly from, Detroit. Like I said, I was over there by Elmhurst. Like I said, if anybody from the West Side, you know what it is that I'm talking about. You know where Elmhurst and Dexter basically is, right? So you would see areas like that, right? But then you got other blocks that are not that far, and those blocks are nice. They're beautiful blocks. The grass is pretty much always cut. The houses look great. There's nothing wrong with the roofing on the homes. You don't have any boarded up homes on the block. You know, neighbors pretty much know everybody, and all of this other type of stuff. Barely anything happens. But like I said, a lot of these people that want to believe in the stereotype when it deals with black Americans, this is all they sit up there and go to. They'll be like, oh yeah, all the black Americans, all y'all do is basically go from the hood, run from the hood and go to the suburbs. No, that's not it. Y'all just too stupid. This is what I sit up there and say when a lot of these folks who are not black American, how you can sit up there and tell that the types of teachings that they've been indoctrinated into by way of the United States. This is what we're talking about. He clearly said that he was an immigrant, and he stated that the only thing that he can come to give an example of is that, oh, you got black Americans that leave the hood and go to the suburbs. Basically, we live around black people, but because things are a certain type of way, all we're going to do is just sit up there and dip and be around white people. Nah, like I said, there are steps. There are a variety of steps technically before you get to the suburbs. Some people opt to take those steps. Well, I'm sorry, a lot of people opt to take the steps, and then other people's are like, nah, I'm just going to sit up there and just go from point A to point B. Like I said, the ignorance out here is baffling. But let's keep going.
Have access to the same resources, just fix where you are. But folks pick up and flee. Why people flee a lot of times? The same reason the first fleers, I'm making up my own word, the first ones that fled and made this a nation, they fled because they got tired of fighting the same war.
No, that's not why they fled. That's not why. Matter of fact, I put it like this: that's not the only reason that they fled. A lot of them were given deals. They were like, "Hey, you can decide if you want to be here. We're probably just going to execute you." Right? You did these crimes. Realistically, you're supposed to serve this time, but because we don't really want to deal with y'all, we really don't want y'all here at this point in time. You got two choices. You can be here and deal with you not existing anymore, or you could opt to have your freedom and you can try to sell your boat somewhere and see if you can make it, see if you can actually swim without sinking. And a lot of them were like, well, I'd rather try my luck in the ocean. But he want to make it seem like, yeah, they all fled because it was war torn, because it was this, because it was that, and all these other types of stuff. Yeah, all right.
We're fighting royalty. People that felt that because I am royal blood, I have the right to be over you. You don't have a right to vote. It will never change. I will always be in charge. When I pass, my son will be in charge. Whether you like him or not, he will be in charge. Go watch Game of Thrones and all of those night movies. It'll explain it more in detail. So people flee when they're tired of fighting a losing battle. Robin Hood, when you look at, those are not fun stories. Those are facts where somebody, the poor, is fighting the rich, and they're not getting anywhere. So in the same way, when you think about it, fleeing is not a bad word, because where we stand, that's how it was founded, with fleers. I'm making up my own words. With fleers. Y'all have a blessed day.
It's great. You're trying to cope with the fact that you are an immigrant. You didn't want to sit up there and fight. These are his words. He didn't want to stay there. He didn't want to sit up there and fight. He quote unquote called it a losing battle. If you got a lot of people that are coming from your place with a loser mentality like that, of course it's going to be a losing battle. But it's crazy how you got a loser mentality at home, but then somehow you become this quote unquote winner when you're in a whole different country. That's wild. That's wild. So if you're saying that Europeans were oppressing and holding back their own people, would you then say that you, as a melanated immigrant, that your people were doing the same thing to you? Because again, that's not what he stated about his own people. He said, people get tired, but he didn't specifically say that his people, his government, people that look like him were holding him back, holding him down, that were oppressing him. He didn't want to sit up there and say that, but he wanted to highlight the story of Europeans. What? What, like I said before, it's crazy when the focus is clearly on people like this. They want to start bringing in white people. White people don't got nothing to do with this. we're not even sitting up there talking about white people. Like, it makes no sense to sit up there and bring them up. But like I said, they got to sit up there and bring somebody up, right? That's quote unquote above it all, in order to establish and prove their point, because they can't sit up there and say nothing about Black Americans for a variety of reasons. Because, like everybody knows, or maybe they don't know, Black Americans have been the most rebranded group about here. We done went through a variety of names. It's almost like watching a variety of seasons of Power Rangers. Like, you got a brand new power, a brand new name, a brand new title every single such and such years. Like, it's crazy work. You can't even sit up and keep track of it because it's been going on for so long. But like I said, you're dealing with a group of people that don't want to acknowledge that history, or read up on that history and everything of the sort. This is why I had to sit up there and make a video, in a sense, in response to a Haitian woman, where she wanted to wait. Was it that I did do two videos? I made a response to a Haitian woman that was talking about how is it that melanated immigrants can sit up there and get their citizenship and all this other type of. There was a variety of ways how she didn't just sit up there and use Google to sit up there and look this up before she made that dumb video is directly beyond me. That just further proves that people like to be stupid just for money, right? And then I made another video where you had some Haitians. They wanted to say that Black Americans are ignorant and that we need to learn about Haiti. We need to read more, open up a book instead of being ignorant. And I'm like, that was the wrong thing to sit up here and say, because I'm the type of person, I'm like, all right, bet, I'm going to sit up there and do that. And then I found out that in Haiti, they got about, I think I listed about 6 families, but they got about 12 plus families that pretty much have a lot of rich and wealth over there. I'm talking about like into the billions when you add them all up together. And they pretty much run Haiti, especially Port-au-Prince, right? And I'm like, I never heard the Haitians specifically speak on those folks. Matter of fact, hold on, let me give y'all the picture, because I'm pretty sure that some of y'all didn't see that video, which is cool. We got these notifications. So the image that you're going to see directly in front of you, let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, so that's about five of them. I could have sworn I at least mentioned like 6 directly of these folks. And I kid you not, right? Now notice, Haiti is a very rich and melanated place, right? Everybody knows what Haitians look like, right? 1804 and all this other type of stuff, right? We know how Haitians look. Somebody got to explain this to me. These are just a few of the families there that run Haiti. So like I said, it's crazy to me, like I've listed before, because I had somebody trying to really, I had a Haitian or whatnot trying to really like talk loud in one of my comment sections under the video. And I basically told him, like, yo, I'd uncovered a variety of videos. I gave him the link to the one video with the woman, and I gave like some stats and different things of that sort. And then this video here where it talks about these people who don't even look Haitian to me, right? They don't even look like they're from Haiti. They're not even reflective of the people, but yet they got the majority of the wealth when it deals with, in comparison to the Haitian people, they got so much wealth. I'm talking about to the millions, to the hundreds of millions of dollars, to the tune together in instances in the billions of dollars, and they segregate themselves from the commoners. And I'm like, how is it possible? Like I said before, all of this 1804 energy, but I never hear these Haitians running their mouth about the rich elites that run Haiti. One of the members of the rich family, he was caught while docking his boat. The dude was sitting up, he was caught with drugs and weapons on his boat. And he was still let free. He was like, "Hey, I am, if anybody is open to inquire about any and everything, I had nothing to do with nothing, and the truth will come to light." Dude didn't see trial or anything. He was just basically let go. If that was any normal Haitian that was found with drugs and guns, it's over for them. They're automatically in prison or whatever it is that they do there. But like I said, when it deals with these folks here, Haitians don't got nothing to say. When it deals with these people that's running Haiti, they don't got nothing to say. Like that's some wild work. Like like I said, like I said, I'm going to keep bringing that up. Whenever I happen to have a video dealing with Haitians, I'm going to keep bringing up the fact that you got these families, you got several families out there that are not Haitians at all, and they sitting up there got so much wealth, and they sitting up there running Haiti, and y'all ain't saying that. Y'all living in shambles, and they live in great. Y'all get hit by hurricanes and earthquakes, and those rich families are pretty much fine. Their homes are pretty much fine. They got running water, probably toilets and everything at work. They're able to sit up there and get the food and everything of the sort. Their kids can get a great education. All of them are, pretty much healthy. If anybody needs to see a doctor, they can get one. They might even got a doctor directly on call. And the craziest part is, one of these dudes, I forgot which one it was, but one of the dudes, I think it was the first one. Let me see, what is his name? Brandit. He actually took a picture, and I want to say it should have been a Haitian woman that was his I want to say like housekeeper or waitress or whatever. I'm like, that's crazy. Like I said, these Haitians don't got nothing to say about this stuff. They can rah and run their mouth about Black Americans, and they do this and they do that and all this other type of stuff. But what about these rich elites though? What y'all got to say about that? Quiet. It's a hushed tone out there. It's dead silent. Shout out to Call of Duty. Them perks be working. But like I said, it's wild. That is some wild work. And that's why I keep sitting up here telling like a lot of these folks, I'm like, y'all better sit up there and just like stop. Like somebody said earlier, and I've also said as well too, just leave. All you gotta do is just leave Black Americans alone. Like I said, we don't really sit up there and bother nobody. This ain't some type of thing that we wanted to sit up there and have a back and forth online. We got other stuff in the United States to worry about other than y'all. But like I said, people are too busy not minding their own business, where they just want to let us know that, hey, they want some attention or they want to cause some problems. And this is where we start having these conversations, because people don't know how to sit still, mind their business, and just be directly by themselves and just not say nothing. If you don't got nothing nice to say, just don't say nothing. That's all you got to sit up there and do. And these are the same folks that always want to pull up to the scene talking about, oh, Black Americans, they weren't raised right. And, all this. Yeah, we were. We were taught to sit up there and speak when spoken to. Don't be disrespectful. Treat others how you want to be treated, and to treat people as human beings. We were taught a very finite, certain way. But again, when we start to look at that, and then we compare that to how it is that we've been treated by a lot of other people, and especially by those here in America that established these laws and these rules and these regulations, we're kind of getting the gist that we were, in a sense, taught wrong, in a sense, right? Because you get to the point where it's like, all right, we get that we were taught this way for safety so that more problems wouldn't come onto us, so that we wouldn't be as reactionary, right? But also at the same time, it's like if we treat people as human beings and we're trying to treat people how we want to be treated and giving them grace and all this other type of stuff, and we're not getting that in return, we're basically allowing other people to disrespect us on purpose. This is why you always got people always saying that black people. Matter of fact, I put it to you like this: anytime you see fights online and somebody black has been antagonized and provoked, and black people go to sit up there and react, or they're going to defend themselves, pay attention to how almost every single time that happens, people are always jumping to stop black people from fighting. They're never stopping the other people. They're not sitting up there stopping the racists and all these other people first. They're always stopping black people. Be like, yo, calm down. Be the bigger person. It's not worth it. This is that and the third. I'm like, instead of trying to stop me, instead of 2 to 3 people directly on me and trying to stop me from fighting, y'all need to stop him. Because while y'all trying to stop me, now y'all allowing him an opening to come through and to start swinging directly on me and all this other type of stuff. This is why it gets to the point where I understand where black folks start swinging on the people that wanted to intervene, because y'all doing the wrong thing. Y'all going after the wrong person. Instead of going after the person that was the agent of chaos, the person that's provoking and antagonizing the whole situation, instigating the whole situation, you want to attack the person that's the victim. You want to hold back the person that's the victim. You want to hold back the person that has every full right to defend himself. Like I said, it's crazy work. It's diabolical. It's 100% diabolical. Like, I done seen too many videos like that. I'm like, dog, stop trying to hold black people back. Like that is so annoying. And like I said, this is why I don't get mad when they start swinging on everybody. Because I'm like, dog, why would you sit up? It's gonna make me mad right now. I'm like, it's crazy. It's crazy. It's always crazy. Like I said, there was a video. I can't even put that one up. It was on a train. It was a one-on-one. Some white dude was causing some problem on the train, or however it basically started. One dude was black, one dude was white. They both sat up there and started fighting and scuffling. Random white dude decided, who had nothing to do with the situation, he decided to try to pull like a Daniel Penny, and he put the black dude in the headlock. And I'm like, dog, what is wrong with you? I'm like, why do you not know how to mind your bit? Nobody told you to do nothing. It was an even fight. There was no reason for you to sit up there and step in. I'm like, dog, this administration and everything, it got y'all acting real brave. So with bravery comes consequences. The black dude ended up having an item directly on him, and the dude that decided to put him in a chokehold, how can I sit up there and put it? He ended up suffering some injuries. Right, not enough where he was in critical condition or anything like that, because he was completely walking fine. He went directly to the police. But like I said, shout out to the black woman that was recording, because she was there and she went directly. She followed right behind that white dude, and she specifically told him how that dude basically started that situation, because it didn't even have to get that far. Nobody told you. Even a white dude that he was fighting wasn't trying to put him in a chokehold. You decided to get up out of your seat, saw what was going on, and you wanted to put the black dude in a chokehold, thinking that you were in the right. You should have minded your business. 1000%. Like I said, black people always keep telling people, mind your business. This is how I know that a lot of other folks were not raised right. Your parents don't know how to raise kids, because the first thing that we learned, that we were taught in the black community, mind your business. If the business ain't yours, don't mind it. Right? Like I said, it's 1000% crazy work. This is how people get hurt, if not worse, because people don't want to mind the business that is theirs. They want to mind everybody else's. They want to intervene, and they want to have a say so, and all this other type of stuff. Don't do it. You're running the fool's errand. You're being stupid. Being 100% stupid. Yeah, the Montgomery brawl. Yeah, that's a classic one. Black dude that was a security guard. He threw up the black signal. He threw up that hat. Everybody came like it was like Naruto, and it was the third Ninja War. Everybody just sat up there and pulled up on the scene. They acted like Darkseid pulled up. You had the whole Justice League pulling up. You had Aquaman, you had Batman on the side jumping directly down. Green Lantern flew directly in. It's like, you had you had everybody sitting up there pulling. Like I said, that will be a moment that will always live within the black community, because that shows the type of unity that we have when you have people that are able to notice what is going on. It's like, oh, word, y'all sitting up there, all of y'all trying to sit up there and jump this one. Nah, I'm about to cross a desert. 40 days and 40 nights to come see those problems. Like I said, that was I was proud of all them folks. Let me tell you, I was proud of every single black dude that pulled up to the scene. That was a proud moment. And that also goes to show that that's the one main thing in a variety of ways that a lot of people fear, that camaraderie, that type of like, yo, I'm going to back you up. I got your back. I might not know who you is, but I see that you are pretty much fighting the army. So it might as well be two of us fighting this army. You ain't about to be by yourself. Like I said, a lot of people fear that because they understand what comes directly with that. Like I said, the amount of confidence that it takes to know that it's two of you versus like 10 to 20 people, yeah, that's going to have people shook. That's going to have people shook because normally in people's minds, they'll be like, well, if 20 of us show up, they're going to get scared and, they're going to start running. They're not really about that life. And then they start thinking to themselves, 20 of us are here and they're still trying to fight. Maybe let me just move to the back. I don't think I'm prepared for this. I had a few too many beers. My hands and my knees, it might be a little bit wobbly eyes. Matter of fact, put Brad up there. He's pretty good. He did, wrestling in high school. He might be able to take him, down to the mat and, figure for him. Like I said, it's crazy. It's some crazy work out here. Like I said, that confidence out there will kill a lot of moods. I'll tell you that. It'll stop a lot of folks up out there. Like I said, what was the one video I think I showcased before? If anybody know who he is, it was like Whack 100. Over there in the East Coast, that brother sat up there and took on two white dudes. Like I say, he took them on one-on-one, and then they both tried to jump him. And that dude did not falter. He sat up there and knocked both of them down. No matter how many times they got back up, he was sitting up there throwing them. And he ain't had no backup, no nothing. Solo dolo. He was just out there. And I'm like, yep. And they always sit up there and try to say that, oh yeah, the blacks, they can't fight one-on-one. They always gotta jump and they always gotta do this and rah 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 rah. I mean, is that correct? Because last time I checked, I don't really sit up there and see just like one or two of y'all fighting like armies out here in other countries. Y'all usually trying to jump people. Y'all usually trying to like sneak somebody real quick so that you can get the upper hand and the advantage. Like ain't that what happened over there in like Venezuela? Like they used like some type of like weapon to like knock out all the power, and then they got the Venezuelan president. Ain't that what they did? So like I said, it's crazy. it's diabolical to sit up there and try to get online and talk about, yeah, the blacks, they don't one-on-one, they always jumping. I mean, if we go historically speaking, Europeans sat up there and jumped the natives. You made sure to get rid of the men in the communities so that the women and the children would be defenseless. You didn't do no one-on-one. On top of that, you use chemical warfare. That's not one-on-one. That's millions. Like, what are we talking? What are we talking? Y'all never sat up there and fought fair. Like I said, Japan learned that lesson. Y'all don't fight fair. What are we talking? Y'all didn't even want to sit up there and really go to the ground with Japan. Y'all was like, yeah, we're not doing this with Japan. We're going to sit up there and drop these two real quick, and we're going to call it even, right? We're going to call it even. Crazy work. As diabolical. Like I said, y'all so good at chemical warfare. That's how y'all ended up with Typhoid Mary. That woman was directly in y'all communities, and I did a video directly on Typhoid Mary too. That woman was asymptomatic, right? She was like a walking carrier. Didn't have like no signs or symptoms, but she was going directly into, white European households, and she was just getting people sick in these different towns and cities. Like, she was taking lives. And then on top of that, not only did y'all still allow her to do that, y'all arrested her and then let her back out to do the exact same thing. Only to arrest her, and then y'all sat up there and was like, all right, we're just gonna keep you here. You're too dangerous. we can't let you out. Like, maybe if it was the blacks, maybe if it was around another group of people doing this, we really wouldn't care. But you're doing this to us. We can't have that. We're gonna actually have to lock you up. And that's what they did. Like I said, that's crazy. Like, and this leads me to believe this is again how the plague spread all throughout Europe, because you more than likely have some Europeans and whatnot that might have been carriers as well too, along with the rats and the fleas, and they infected a bunch of other Europeans, and it just spread. It was just there. It was nothing they considered. They was blindsided by their own biological chemicals. That's some wild work, brother. Let me tell you. Let me tell you. Let me tell you. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. That's crazy. Diabolical work. Or better yet, what was it? It was in that school gym during a basketball game. White dude wanted to sit up there and use a racial slur, and I'm not sure if he was a parent or some type of bystander that you're watching the game, or a family member. White dude wanted to be brave and be disrespectful. Black dude was like, "Yo, don't be sitting up here saying nothing." That you came back up. He didn't even punch him. He gave him one good power slap on the side of that chin. It was probably from like the temple to the tip of his jaw. Knocked that boy out. He was shaking on the ground like a piece of bacon frying. He was out of there. You would have thought he was sizzling like somebody tasing him. That boy was sitting up there moving. He was doing the electric worm across that gym floor. And then when he was out of that shock, he just had his hand up like he was doing a robot on the ground. Crazy. Like I said. And that black dude, he didn't jump nobody. He didn't jump nobody. That white dude knew that the black dude was coming. He knew it was going to sit up there and happen. And like what normally happens, people are trying to sit up there and walk away. I'm like, yeah, nah, you can't just sit up there and say something and think that that there's not going to be reaction. There's going to be reaction. There's going to be reaction. Like I said, you bring it directly on yourself. You bring it directly on yourself. Like I said before, freedom of speech has a price and a cost. And I keep trying to sit up there and tell people, is it worth it? Are you willing to pay that toll to say whatever it is that you want to sit up here and say? Matter of fact, who was another one I could sit up there and list? What's that white boy name? Jake Lang. He went directly to Dearborn, Michigan. If anybody is from Michigan, what's up? If you are from Detroit, what's happening? If anybody knows about Dearborn, Michigan, it has the highest population and density of Arab Americans, bar none, in the United States. This dude, Jake Lane, decided to go there, and he wanted to hold up the posters, and he wanted to provoke and antagonize. He got exactly what he wanted. He got exactly what he wanted. I don't even think anybody who was Arab, I don't even think they got arrested. Like I said, they got so much power and pull there that it wasn't going to sit up there. Wasn't nobody going to get arrested. Like I said, he came there to antagonize and provoke, and he got exactly what he wanted. They started sitting up there. I think somebody might have thrown a rock at him. They started throwing items. They were kicking him and doing this and doing that. Like I said, that dude, he was so shook, he had to run directly to the cops and jump in the back of the car. That's how bad it was for him. And that's why I be talking about with these fake, Chud the Builders and all this other type of stuff. Like, dog, a lot of this stuff that y'all doing is going to get y'all hurt. Because everybody is not the same as Black Americans. Like, we'll sit up there in a dissent, we'll like let some stuff slide. It's like, you saying this, you saying that. All right, man, whatever, because we know that you ain't really on that type of time. Because if you was on that type of time, then you would go to the deepest areas in Chicago and you would be really trying to run your mouth if you was really, really that guy, but you're not. Like I said, a lot of these folks, they know where to go and where not to go. Anybody that want to be a chudder builder, they want to sit up there and go to these multicultural areas that are mostly white and they got a few, black folks directly there. They're not going to go to heavy black areas. They're not going to go deep Detroit, deep Chicago, and Atlanta, deep Atlanta, and all this. They're not about to sit up and try to really go to any hoods or whatnot because they know you ain't getting no police protection. You go out there if you want to. You better hope and pray whatever God that you have or that you believe in. You better be wearing their name directly on your body. You better be praying to any deity, including Satan, and hope that they listen and that they will give you safe passage after acting stupid. Because even then, it might not even save you. But like I said, after the whole thing, and I told people this before, just like it was with the whole thing with like the Candace Williams and was that her name? Candace Owens, my bad. Just like with the Candace Owens and all that, how you got a whole bunch of people trying to like vie for her position, like Brandon Tatum. It's the exact same thing with Chud the Builder. You got all of these white boys and many others out there that are trying to vie for the position of Chud the Builder because he's not out there. You got, a good 20, 30 or whatever of them trying to vie for that position, trying to be the next one. I'm like, y'all stupid. I'm like, that dude actually had like supporters that were willing, because I remember I read something on like, I think it was like a pace and go or whatever it is. Um and you have folks up there that was like, yo, I just donated money, but I wanted to let you know that we got guys out there, we got brothers out there, and these are white dudes talking to other white dudes that will come there and we'll protect you, free of charge and all this other type of stuff and rah 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 rah. Like they'll actually have some people that will sit up there and defend and die directly for that dude. These other ones out here, they don't got that. They don't got that type of following. They're trying to vie for those followers to come directly over. That's not going to sit up there and happen. Because however he did it, however he built it, it was, organic, and people feel that it was organic. So they're going to stay directly with that no matter how long that dude is locked up. Because like I said, let that dude ever get released from prison. Like if let's say if he gets released before the end of the year or whatnot or whatever, that dude is going to be celebrated all over the internet. White boys are going to be sitting up there cheering and all this other type of stuff. They're going to formulate a brotherhood, a coalition, and all this other type of stuff. And they really going to sit up there and be marching. They're not really doing what it is that they want to do because they don't have a leader. They don't have somebody at the forefront basically doing this. All they're doing is copying and mimicking, and they don't really have that type of confidence to, in a sense, do it. Chud the Builder had fake confidence because he had a weapon on him and he had mace, right? And he had a little bit of size to him. So he had that. The rest of them don't got zero. They got zero of that just sitting up there copying because they see the money that he was making. They see the popularity, the type of celebrity notoriety that he was sitting up there getting. So this is what people want to sit up there and do. Like I said, it's crazy work, dog. People going to end up getting hurt. They're going to get themselves hurt, man. People going to sit up there and get themselves hurt at the end of the day. Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. But Gandhi was like, hopefully Chud's evenings are no longer spent alone, but rather within the arms of a lovely woman named Jim. That's crazy. That's diabolical. Yeah, Cave. Yeah, it was something like that. It was like either a Go Send Go or it was a GoFundMe. It was one of them during a time where I think it was like the shooting incident or freshly during the time where he was arrested, where he needed money for. No, it wasn't during that time. That Go Send Go because he had a picture of like his family and his child up there, and he was stating how it is that he lost his job and all this other type of stuff and rah 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 rah, and he needed money to do this and do that, and because he's been receiving threats and whatnot or whatever. Like you're antagonizing people. You sitting up there threatening people, sitting up there, using slurs, and you think that people are not going to have a response. I keep trying to tell people everybody is not the same. Some black folks out here will let you be stupid in public and let you slide with that because like the black woman said earlier, let me go back to her real quick. She said a lot of black people out here, um let me see, let me get it real quick. Yeah,
In
this woman
two
here, she
ways.
said that a
One
lot of black
is
people just want peace, and that's the thing. That's why a lot of these people do what it is that they do. If the greater majority of black folks were on that type of time where it's like, oh, you said something, now we about to do something over what you said, they wouldn't be so anxious to do this. They wouldn't be so proud and so amped to do this, no matter who's directly in office, no matter who it is that they voted for. They wouldn't be so amped to do this because they know that they would have to sit up there and pay a higher toll. They understand that they will have to sit up there and deal with some very high consequences that they're not directly ready for. So, like I said, a lot of these people, they want to sit up there and amp themselves up talking about like they're really that guy or that person, and you're not. You're not, because you, like I said, at the end of the day, when it deals with the whole situation, even going back to a lot of instances that's happening down south where black folks are mysteriously losing their lives. I got to put it that way because of YouTube. Um, you got folks trying to work so hard to cause like a race war to happen because this is the only thing that they have left. A lot of things, even when it deals with like the stereotypes, all of that is technically dying down. It's not working. It's not really making the same money. It's not really to stay on the airwaves and to move the same way that it used to be able to move. Like if it was the mid or the early 2000s, the 90s, the 80s, you can't. It don't really got that same staying power. So the only thing that they have left is to cause civil unrest one way or another, and to really try to antagonize and have and provoke black people to a point of doing something. And that's all they're trying to do with all of these lives that we see quote unquote mysteriously being taken. They're trying to do the only thing that they're basically good at doing. The only thing that they have left, the only thing that they have always done historically to black Americans in order to push us to the point emotionally to do something. Because like I said, the words ain't really working. You can really see that about Chuck the Builder. And you got a lot of black Americans, they be like, how y'all letting him slide and this, that, and like I would never. Well, you can sit up there and do that. A lot of other black folks, they be like, yo, man, too many of us in jail, like too many of us is going through this and whatnot or whatever. People just trying to sit up there and just function out here. They just trying to breathe. They just trying to live life. They just trying to do their day to day, go to work. They trying to go make it back to their family, their wife, or whoever it is that they with, and all this other type of stuff. They're not trying to sit up there and be dealing with somebody trying to be ignorant all day, every day, just to sit up there and get a reaction. Like I said, like leave all of that stuff to like a Brandon Tatum. Like Brandon Tatum, he would be the type to be friends with like Chuck the Builder. He would be the one to have Chuck the Builder directly on a live stream, allowing him to say all of this type of stuff and then smiling about it. Probably also agreeing. Like I said, looking at all the stuff that he's been doing so far, it's not too far to sit up there and say that. And then on top of that, I saw it was a video of Jake Lang where he was at some type of restaurant where he was on stream and he's talking about like burning a religious book, and of course to try to anger the Muslims to get a reaction. And lo and behold, I saw somebody who looks black that was sitting directly at that table. I'm like, this is what I be talking about. This is why I sat up there and said, when it comes to certain instances, I don't feel sorry for people. Because if you decide that you want to place yourself, and I'm not talking about like young folks. I ain't talking about like teenagers and nothing like that. I'm talking about you a grown, full-fledged adult. You a grown dude that's like in your 20s or mid 20s, and you decide to sit up there and place yourself amongst people like that, and you know outwardly how they speak and how they see folks and how they talk, and you're aligning yourself with that, you're placing your energy directly in it. I don't feel sorry for the way that you get treated. You're not going to sit up there and tell me that you're like in your 20s, you're like 25 years old, and you're around somebody like Jake Lang at a dinner table, and you know the stuff that he says. And you know how he tries to provoke and antagonize people in order to basically, quote unquote, prove a point. You're going to say this, that, and the third to try to provoke black people to be violent. Like, come on, dog. Like, what are we doing? Like I said, it's wild out here. It's 100% wild, man. 100% wild. Cave said peace and blessings. He said this lady is the truth. Yep. Slick said, look how Nick Fuentes changed up. No, he had to. A lot of them did. Because at one point they were able to do the whole, Proud Boy type of thing and all this other type of stuff. But then because it started to give the Republican Party a bad look and people started really looking at everybody in the Republican Party as the same, they were like, we gotta segregate ourselves from this. We gotta divide ourselves from this type of rhetoric. Yeah, like I said, they have to. They have to. like I said, they were open about what it is that they like to say. Nick Fuentes has always been sitting up and saying stuff about black people, along with many others. But they had to start calming stuff down because you had some people amongst them, like H. the Builder, that started really pushing it. Nick Fuentes ain't brave. That dude is thin. He's light. He's lighter than me. And he said some stuff, but he said it from the comfortability directly of his microphone, or he said it very quietly while he's amongst or around people. You ain't gonna really sit up there and see him be awesomely brave and walking around like Chud the Builder. He's not sitting up here doing that. And he knows that if he aligns himself with a Chud the Builder that is going to bring problems and complications directly to him that he ain't really trying to see or deal directly with. So the only choice that he has is to get away from that whole situation, to separate from that whole situation. So how is he doing that? He's sitting up there trying to change his language, trying to make it seem like he's more fair, when it deals with certain things. You even heard him directly on streams where he was like, if I was black and, somebody like Chud the Builder, came directly there and he was antagonizing and provoking them, I probably would react the same way too. Never in his lifetime has Nick Fuentes ever sat up there and said that black people were in the right for how it is that they react. Because he's always sat up there and said that black people are too emotional. And why are you sitting up there just allowing words to control you and this, that, and the third? Why do you care so much about what people say about you? If you know it's not true, then you should. That's what he's always said. That's what a lot of them like to say. But like I said, in order to show that he's different now, or at least different from a Chud the Builder who's openly like this, they got to sit up there and start, saying stuff different. Like I said, even Candace Owens, you saw her sit up there and make the shift. And that was a quick shift. She done made a few different shifts. And like I said, she made it as high. It was almost like Scandal, if you want to look at that, look at it that way. Like that was the closest. Candace Owens is one of the closest that any of these conservative podcasters can sit up there and get to the White House. She was the closest. Dare I say, she could have potentially, if she would have played her cards right, she could have been in the White House working for Trump. If she would have played her cards right and just stayed directly on task, not faltered, and just stayed with what she was normally, she could have been in there. She could have been a part of the Trump administration. But she started to take some detours. She started, doing some side quests. And that's what she wasn't supposed to do that. She started, saying some other type of stuff, and she started moving differently. And people were like, we can't have you there. You're problematic. Now it's time to hit the button. And this is when they've been trying to destroy her platform and silence her ever since. Like I said, it's crazy work. So now she's pretty much a throwaway. And you see the content that she is doing right now. She's doing a full out assault. And she is pretty much the only black conservative. I'm sorry, she's not a black conservative. She is an immigrant. But she's the only melanated conservative that is pretty much doing this. All the other ones are trying to vie for her old spot. And they think that they really have the know-how and the lip service to really get up there. They don't. They don't. Like I said, I could probably say a lot of stuff about Candace Owens, but she was good at that point in time when she was like, would she have like a 10 to like 15-year run? Basically, doing this, being with the Republican Party, conservatives, all on the same page. Yeah, she had a 10 to a 15-year run, and she was all over the place. There was not a place that you could not sit up there and see Candace Owens. Ain't none of these black conservatives out here, they can't sit up there and fill those shoes. They're trying. Like I said, you got Brandon Tatum. He's sitting up here having some stuff with some political officials and all this other type of stuff and whatnot, whatever. But I'm like, yeah, you're trying very hard to get up there. Very hard. Candace Owens didn't have to do that. She didn't have to try that hard. Basically, that stuff, in a sense, came natural. So, like I said before, that's why a lot of them are still stuck at the exact same place that they're currently at, like a Brandon Tatum. That's why he's still stuck at that exact same place, still doing the exact same content, why he has not moved any further. Because like I said, if he is the person that he tries to represent himself to be, then he would actually fully 100% be in politics. He would actually be fully making that move like he's trying to present himself to be directly in. But he's not. He would actually, in a sense, ran for something. Maybe he did. Maybe he didn't, but he would actually be in that area. He would no longer, in a sense, be in these spaces. But you see what happened. You see where he is. Like I said, you got a lot of tryhards out here. It's wild work. Wild work. Oh, you talking about like Candace? You said she went on a whole racist rant and never had to apologize. Yeah, yeah. She 100% did that. Oh, you said the same thing with Ryan Garcia? Yeah, yeah, yep. Ryan Garcia is all over the place, and some people want to point to like drugs or alcohol or whatever it is. I'm like, nah, that's just him. All of that is just him. Hey, yo, Rabbit, what is up? You said I'm not gonna lie when it comes to these mysterious disappearances. Black people aren't angry enough, and it feels like these disappearances are just becoming normal as a part of regular life. I mean, yeah, and especially depending on the area and depending on the history, because like I said before, a lot of black folks, because we're looking at history and looking at everything that took place and happened, and people are like, yo, we're not trying to in a sense like relive previous times, and we're technically at some type of place right now, and it's like if we decide to do whatnot or whatever, then we know what's going to directly come with that, right? So it's again, people are picking and choosing their battles. They're trying to decide like, all right, what should we do here, what should we not do here, how should we move here, and how should we not move, and everything of the sort. Like I said, it's a very difficult situation. Like I said, I can't really in a sense speak for those families that are going, like when it was like the police, it's a little bit different, but when it deals with this, I'm not sure what to really tell those families. They got to figure out how they're going to move with that. A lot of communities are going to have to figure out how they're going to sit up there and move with that, because depending on the move that they make, they're going to have to deal with whatever comes specifically with that. You know, like I said, it's tough. It is very it is very, very tough. Um, Cave said I was surprised that she was in the music video. Come on, Candace Owens, that's crazy. Slick was like, I remember when they made fun of her baby. Oh yeah, yeah, yep. You said Candace with the White Lives Matter t-shirts with Kanye smiling, with the Kool-Aid smile. Oh man, that's wild. That is wild. Cause I'm just imagining that picture. I'm like, that's wild. That is 100% wild. D Money said they're trying to make what, Matt Nuclear the next Candace. So I don't even know who that dude even is. I never even heard of him, just to be real. And I'm on X, so I'm like, usually people tend to pop up there. So like Tom said, I think Candace had to let her mouth to get used to get where she was. Hey, I mean, like I said, however it basically worked. Whatever deals had to sit up there and get made. She did it, and she made the most of it. Like I said, had a great run. had a great run. She was all over the place. Like I said, she was even debating people and all, because like I said, I remember when she was on. It wasn't like the BET Awards, but it was like sort of like a community talk amongst black folks, and they had her with Killer Mike and Ti and everything, a part of like a panel, and having Candace there sitting up there talking and whatnot. Like I said, it was a lot of stuff. She was everywhere, to and from a variety of spaces. And like I said, she knew how to sit up there and switch it up. I'll tell you that one. She knew how to sit up there and switch it. Somebody like Tatum, he can't do that. Like I said, he's a cop first. He's a cop first, and then conservative Republican after that, and then if you want to sit up there and say black, then I guess you can sit up and say that. But last time I remember, he sat up and said that he's part Nigerian or something. So a lot of them conversations that he's having and the way that he's looking at stuff, it makes sense. Like I said, I keep trying to tell people, how much are people willing to sacrifice in order to get to where it is that they want to be? How much what specifically are you willing to sit up there and deal with and take on in order to really get that success that you want? Obviously, Tatum, he's willing to sit up there and deal with a lot, no matter what he got to sit up there and sacrifice, no matter how it's going to make him look. Matter of fact, going directly to that, do I have that clip? That picture up here. We got this picture right here, right? And we all know who this is. Everybody know who Clarence Thomas is, right? But this is what he stated when it dealt with birthright citizenship. He said blacks were entitled to citizenship because they were American. Thomas wrote. He also said that they had no other homeland, um, owed no allegiance to any foreign power, and were subject to no other authority. The same cannot be said for the children of foreign temporary visitors or TPS children. So, like I said, I guess it gets to that point where a lot of people sit up there and say, like, the older some people get, they start leaking out and telling the truth at certain points. So there you go. The first time that I heard him basically say something for black folks here in the United States, after out of all the stuff that's been going on, this is the first time that I can sit up there and like, yo, Clarence Thomas, he actually said this. That's wild. Like I said, it's crazy. Yo, third, what is up? You said the mysterious disappearing and whatnot points to those guys going around faking as cops attacking people. Oh yeah, you got that too. Yeah, that's true. What's up, Gail? Wow, that's crazy. Gail always saying something. It's always Gail every single time. Let me tell you. Hi, Gail. Let me tell you. This lady here. D Money said Matt Nuclear is the black boy from Angola. Oh yeah. I know. Yeah. Okay, now I know who you're talking about. Yeah. He was the one that wanted to pull up saying all of this stuff about black Americans and the culture, how we're raised and all this. Yeah, I know who you're talking about. Like I said, man, hey, um, I can't. I do take him serious, but I don't at the same time. Because number one, he's African. His parents are African. He just got here. He don't know nothing about nothing. He's a young dude. Like I said, he took a picture with like Charlie Kirk. The dude was looking homeless. Like he was looking like one of the kids that you would see out there in the streets, like really like living in a hood, like in 1972. Like he was wearing floods. Like he was looking like that one kid that he luckily got into like a white school. That's exactly what he was looking like. I'm like, dog, who dressed you? Who allowed you to walk out the house like that? And I'm like, and this is why they like taking pictures with like a lot of these dudes because they already know it's gonna make them look better. It's like, what's the other dude? Clavicle or whatever the white dude name is. He's like another streamer. There's like some other dude that's right there with him. Some black dude that's like out of shape and whatnot, and he's on the podcast or whatnot with Clav, and I'm like, dog. I'm like, what are you doing? I'm like, get some confidence about yourself. I'm like, dog, like you need to, like I said, I don't know where they find these people at, but I need people to do better. I need people to get some confidence and some sense and some logic about themselves. Like you're aligning yourself with people that do not like you at all. They're in a sense treating you as like the ugly best friend to make themselves look better and then to also gain more because they were like, oh, I pity that person and this other person. They're such a great person by having that person there. They look like they don't have anything and all this other. Man, yo, like I said, I see a lot of this stuff from like miles away, and I'm like, I don't understand like how these folks be allowing this that. But like I said, they know how to pick them though. Since Gail was like, hey, said you my black gang. That's crazy. That's crazy. Third was like, and also black people need to stop using ride shares as well too. Oh yeah, I know what you're saying. Yeah. Uh, oh, you talking about Ben Shapiro? That's crazy. Somebody said amazing. Oh, you talking about what's that dude's name? I can't even think. You talking about Jesse Peterson? Wait, Jesse Lee Peterson or something like that? Amazing. Oh my God. It's hard to even take that dude so serious because he's so old. I'm like, dog. Like, I feel like that dude looked the exact same as when he was like back in like the 1950s. Like, he just looks the exact same. like never aged, like nothing ever changed. I'm like, dog, you look like you fell directly out of a time machine, like Blast from the Past with like Brendan Fraser. Like it's crazy. Like he looked like he fell out the time machine before the civil rights. Like it's crazy. And then he's a preacher, and then that man is like pulling a whole Uncle Ruckus where he's just like praising white people. The white man, see, the white man created America, and he gave them like yo. I can't even do the voice. Gonna sit and start laughing, but yo, it's crazy. Like yo, that's some crazy work. That is wild. D was like they can always find one. That's fact. That's facts. That's facts. Franklin, yo, what is up? What is up? What is up? Slick Tom said, clavicle creator. That boy ain't that. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, clavicle. Yeah. Slick said, how is he still here? And he be saying some oh, he got allegations. You talking about Jesse? Well, I don't know nothing about that, but that's wild. If that's true, that's some. Oh, and that's the other thing too. What's that dude's name? Byron. What was it? Byron Donald. What's that black conservative name? I remember I did some videos about that dude before, and then you got stories coming out that he's in some hot water as well. So I'm like, I'm like, look at here, and I'm like, ain't you the same dude that was like dating or married to a white woman? And you got some allegations, and you was also talking about black Americans. I'm like, look at that, interesting. It's looking real interesting out here, real interesting. Yo, Duff, what is up? What is up? What is up? E-Money said, I remember I saw JLP on Ricky Lake. He looked elderly then. Dang, he was on Ricky Lake. That's crazy. That's crazy. Slick said he tried to say that the Toulouse massacre happened because of a business disagreement. Yeah, it's like I say, it's hard to say that you can't take him serious because at the same time he's old and he's saying like a lot of dumb stuff. But you got to take him serious due to the fact of the reach that he has, and then how many white folks that are not educated on nothing will sit up there and believe it. It's like that's just it's ridiculous. You said Jesse was on a talk show talking against Shahrazad Ali. Okay, okay. And I do have some clips. I believe it. Like I said, I don't know. Like I said, like I said, I don't know what to say. Like I said, he only got a little bit of time. He's old. Like I said, that man is old, so he's going to get whatever he can get, whatever mileage that he got left. He's just going to sit up there and be talking and doing this and whatnot. And then what's going to inevitably happen is that you're going to have somebody trying to vie for his role, for his seat, for his position. You're going to have a great many. When that takes place, like I said, it happens every single time. Every single time, like I said, after Charlie Kirk, you saw all of these other white boys come out of nowhere. And then they started trying to do the exact same thing, the exact same talk. It was almost like a blueprint. Everybody was like just reading the book. Like, this is how to imitate and be like Charlie Kirk. That's exactly what they did. The exact same talking point, the exact cadence and all. I'm like, y'all can't even be original. I'm like, that's wild. Like, you should be embarrassed. You should be 1,000% embarrassed on that. Like, man, the money said, LOL, evil lives forever. I mean, yeah, I mean, in certain cases. I mean, that's only up until people decide not to, carry on, none of that nonsense. I mean, but we're not at that point in time where a lot of human beings know how to just drop stuff where it is and just leave it there and just walk forward and just, move differently. Uh, like I said, a lot of human beings out here have to, in a sense, be put in a position to, in a sense, stop doing that automatically or quote unquote be trained, which is crazy because you would think that when it deals with I put it to you like this: like a lot of the older generation from the point of civil rights, they believed a lot of white Americans when they set up there said that they weren't going to be like their parents. All to sit up there and see them in 2026 that they are just like their parents, if not worse. And then that they're raising their kids of now to be the exact same as them, to carry on that exact same lineage. So like I said, a lot of people have been lied to. A lot of people been, deceived. And like I said, for the older generation, it sucks that y'all got deceived into believing that a lot of those folks are going to be different from their parents and their grandparents, and they ended up being the exact same. That's crazy. I know that got to sit up there and hurt. And this is why, going by that example, I'm not about to sit up there and fall for none of those tricks. Because, like I said, it might have happened once. Ain't about to sit up there and let that happen again. Now, you got some others that'll sit up there and let it happen. But it's like, yeah, nah. Not here, brother. It was like, how can they be original if they have no souls? Ooh, it's bars. It's bars. I mean, it'd be like that, though. Shout out to the Cabbage Patch Kids. Shout out, shout out to them. Shout out to those Cabbage Patch Kids. But yeah, that's about it though. We've been here for about a good solid 4 hours. Much love, respect, and appreciation to any and all folks who have been a part, of the conversation and whatnot. Also, again, shout out to all of my mods. Might not have caught y'all earlier because y'all already know tunnel vision. As soon as I got like a person sitting up there, like talking crazy in the comment section, it's like, oop, got to sit up there and scope it and Call of Duty style. Gotta focus up. But much love, respect, and appreciation to all of my mods that are always here doing the Lord's work. That are always pulling up to the scene. Shout out to folks out there, just in case if this was, your first live stream, you will be able to replay the live stream after the live stream is done, or better yet, you might be able to just replay it now. I want to say, yeah. Shout out to anybody who's donated to the stream. Shout out to anybody who dropped any rubies or whatnot. Shout out to anybody who dropped any super chats. Shout out to the members. Shout out to the patrons. Shout out to those who be pulling to the Cash App as well too. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Like I said before, I would not be able to do the things that I do without people like you. So I will wait. What did the girl say? She was like, I didn't get a notification. Yeah, yeah. Like I said, the only way I can think of that, like trying to fix that, is if people in a sense have the Discord app or whatnot. That's the only way I can think of, like people actually get the notifications when videos are uploaded, or if to get the notifications when I happen to go live or whatnot, because that'll automatically send the signal there. YouTube wise, yeah, like I said, it's the same thing I said before. I think I had said this to D Money before on the during the live stream, that I ended up going to his channel and they had all of my notifications set directly to like silent. They were just, all crossed. And I'm like, who set all my notifications? I'm like, I didn't do this. So, like I said, either, YouTube had a silent update, or the app itself, had an update, and and it did that. So yeah, you might just have to go into the settings and, hit those buttons so that you'll know if I happen to go live and everything. You know. But much love, respect, and appreciation. Again, shout out to everybody who took part in the conversation that was here. Even shout out to the haters. Much love, respect, and appreciation to a lot of the haters that pulled directly up, that's in the shadow realm. We will always have infinite seats in the shadow realm. They will always be there directly for you. We will always have room. We will leave the light on. But catch you guys in the next live stream. Peace out.